Okay, cool. Start it. Let's get it. Let's go. No more faffing around, folks.
You're coming with us. Nice and easy.
Did that last time. Maybe I just roll through them and slash them or miss. I need to use magic more. That's for sure.
Coming with us.
Apparently a cue to punish in there instead of anything. Awesome. We love to see it. We love to see it. We don't do the slashy slash. Okay. We're forgetting things already. We just roll past that. We don't do the slashy slash. We just do the runny run. The rolly roll. The thingy thing. We do that.
Get him, boy.
Let's go.
Alright. So, for those who are just joining us, welcome in. My name is Gordo. This is Gordo's Games, and we do things badly here. We're a speedrunner, but we're a bloody strange one at that. I think I would give people anxiety with how I do shit, so we're gonna go with that mentality. We are going through Final Fantasy VII Remake, New Game Plus, easy, and we are gonna go through the full game. I know, you're sat there, you're asking, Gordo, have you even ran the full game yet? I was like, I played through it once before. That bit, Gordo, have you done any of the end parts, which is longer? Yeah, once, when I played through it the first time. Okay, okay, logic checks out. You're fucked. Damn right I am. Stop queuing up Punisher mode first. Asshole. But I hope you're all good. I hope you're ready for the journey, and because it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one.
That it?
I have tried rolling up here because I was like, oh, maybe I can just get through the door, and I basically get to the door before anybody, but there is an invisible wall that says no. I could be missing some and that's not the case, but it basically feels like that.
In 3, 2. Damn, I'm good.
He's alone. We can take him. We can run.
Oh, we didn't get all of them in that? Okay, fine, fine. It's okay.
We're back.
Then let's move.
He always knows just what to say.
Cut it out.
Wow, wow, wow.
It's good.
I got this place covered.
Get your ass out of here. I could have done that on my own.
That was better, but
Look what we have here.
again, I haven't really looked into the strats very much. So can we let me through?
Not too shabby. And it's more of the same. Come on then. Pay more attention. You're doing
Asshole.
good, soldier.
No, I'm not. Because that might like everything.
Calling wind.
Stop pressing things, okay? Stop being impatient, Gordo. It's not like you're in a rush. You basically are, but you know, still.
Soldier first class. Doesn't go into the 20s.
The hell you talking about? I mean your age, not your goddamn rank.
Dipshit.
For all I know, a soldier's rank could be the same thing. Guess that make you a 1-year-old, huh? Live and learn.
Let's get down there.
Alright, so we've got the iconic Scorpion to go up against first of all, our first boss.
Jackhammer.
Scared, huh?
More like excited. I've been dreaming about this.
Thank you.
Think if we fell in, we'd sink right down to the bottom, to the planet's core.
No. The pump would suck us back up. That's it.
I didn't give... Okay, I'm gonna have to waste time doing an equip for Tifa because I forgot to give her stuff back. That's annoyance, but oh well. I fix it, I fix it. Scorpion down.
Go, go, go!
Tough, but doable. Nothing to it.
Let's go shimmy yeah, shimmy yeah, shimmy ya, ha. Tra la la la.
You okay?
Let's go.
This route should lead us straight to Barry. Probably. I think I see an exit. Come on.
I hope everybody's all good. We're almost at that Friday feeling, folks. And we got much planned for the weekend for themselves. I am, well, unfortunately working a Saturday again and doing the same next week.
Running out of time.
Fun times for all. But yeah, we're just kind of kicking back. Yeah, apart from that.
Focus. I'll freak out if I don't talk.
Not sure what the stream schedule looking like over the weekend. We might do one day. Who knows? We'll see what Miss Gordo says. She might just say, do one. Leave me alone. There's always a chance of that one. But bless her. She means well.
Here! Take him down!
Gotta get the hell out of here ASAP.
I think we should have Papi Sancho back this evening for his Final Fantasy 2 stuff. Oh yeah, you know it, Thor. You know it, Thor. How you doing, sir? How you doing? How you feeling anyway? I know you weren't feeling the best the other day.
No shit. Was never
I wonder if I can just roll past all those. There really is only one way to find out, isn't there?
like a rook seeing its first action. Storm's coming.
Can we... where you at?
Enough.
Okay, so that was a bad call.
Roar!
Should have just went the normal way. Stay home today. Ah, sorry to hear, mate. Sorry to hear. Well, you kick back, relax. We're going to be sending a crappy run here. Nah, it's not crappy. It's a baseline. We'll go with that. We got through the up to chapter 10 of the individual level runs. We could have done more. It was just more of a case of I just thought, you know what, sod it, we'll go for it today. It's just that feeling just to go with.
Watch out for live wires. They're everywhere.
Ugh. The air in here reeks. Can't wait to get out in the open. Man, what is that? I've never smelled anything so foul.
Yeah, it was a coin toss whether I do. I was like, do I do Resident Evil 8? I was like, nah. Everybody's going for it. We'll just see what people come up with. If I really need to go ahead and throw something else out there.
I felt that one in my guts.
They just keep on coming.
We need to get out of this place.
Was it the Mako density? The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I'm running on empty.
You can refuel at the base.
Next time I'll have to bring a little pick-me-up. That's about as good a place as
Still in Tifa waiting room. Don't worry, Tifa will be here before you know it. Annoyingly, I didn't set up her things before going over. I did the levels back on a weapon, but I forgot to put the materia back on her. Hopefully it's back on there, actually. Might be, if I'm fortunate enough. But we're on chapter 2. We're almost to chapter 3, don't worry. Then she'll show up.
We'll split up and shoot for the last train home. Regroup in the freight car. Got it?
Later then.
You a big fan of this then, Thar?
Hey, I'd like my money now.
You can have it once we're back at base.
I did post out the Discord as well. So I believe, I'm not sure how ironclad it is, but June, this game, I don't just mean Jesse and Tifa, I know that for a fact you are. June 3rd, Switch and Xbox should be getting Rebirth.
Station's intact. It couldn't be.
It's time for the slow walk. Aside from some things like the shitty side quests, some other things I think they really were. See, personally, I don't think the side quests were that shitty in this. I think the side quests are worse in Final Fantasy 16, personally. I feel like in this, they at least added value, like to some character basis in places and that, or you got to at least explore areas of the OG that you didn't tend to go into. Yeah, no, it's a fair point. I'm not saying it's like thingy, but I think in this it's not a bad concept just because as long as it offers you more context about the character itself, maybe their background, like the whole Jesse segment that's added into the game that's not there from the OG. I think that's a nice piece. But Final Fantasy 16s, it's not that I dislike them, it's just more of a case of they remind me too much of playing an MMORPG. I'm like, I don't really need that from my Final Fantasy game, thank you. Can you get it? Let's go. Speaking of Final Fantasy 16, though, we're going to do the DLC run at some point when we feel like it.
Man.
You know, in Gordo-esque style.
I'm so scared. Do what you like. I'm taking the kids to safety. My friend.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Just keep rolling, 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 rolling.
Box him in! Box him in! There's nowhere to run!
That's that. That's that. Enough. That's that.
Troopers on standby!
Down invulnerability frames.
You're clear with me!
See ya.
Don't let him escape!
Target is headed for the station! Ground forces engaged! All nearby units converge and provide immediate support! Target still mobile! Support! Proceed to rally point at the station!
Oh, we running.
But the rooftops look clear.
We running. We running.
Open fire! Shoot to kill!
Close call.
Be advised! Target approaching residential area! Seal all access immediately!
Target sighted! Get him!
It's all or nothing now.
Don't underestimate him!
Alright. It would be so nice to be Tifa here and power slide for days. It really would. Why can't I put parry on Cloud? He does the same thing.
You're mine now! Get the bastard! He's here!
Enemy combatants, you have been warned! Surround yourself with public security immediately! You have nowhere to run!
That's that.
Storm's coming! Move in! Don't let him escape!
A lot of people here.
And in the freight car, too.
Because of the
We've got a crowd behind here. Head for the front of the train and hold there.
Reactor 1. An emergency schedule is now in effect. Your understanding and cooperation is appreciated.
Just wanted to feel home.
Sector 8 will be back to normal in no time.
Stop that right
Oh,
now!
walk through. Remember to walk through.
Sorry to disturb you. Hey, got a sec? Hey, got a sec?
Move, dickhead.
Shinra catch the bad men yet? Little help, Cloud?
Nope, we're on the train with you. Alright, we're almost at Thar percent. We're almost at Tifa. I don't know if you're more of a simp than Excella's of Tifa. Go talk.
Let's get this away.
How about it, baby girl?
Not long now, honey. That is almost home.
I think he's over by the TV.
I've never felt the ground shake like that.
Sector 8 was a nightmare.
How do we find out?
Power can't come soon enough. I can
It's a good question. It's a good question.
When I get back, it's.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of Tifa and that, but I won't put myself as heavily in the same category as you pair as like the Simp City. I'm literally gonna call that you lot now, Simp City. This way, I'm gonna have a channel set up in the Discord just for it.
Are they gonna turn the reactor?
There we go. Thar percent complete. I mean, technically you're here right now and he knows that she's going to be here and he's not turned up. So I guess that puts you ahead
Don't you worry about
right now.
Daddy's here and he's not going anywhere.
Call him out for that shit.
Turn that thing off and let's get you to bed, huh?
Do you mind keeping...
Me?
Yeah, you.
Daddy? Did the people who died already?
Before we get on to our next department, I was thinking Stanley would be correct.
Sure.
Follow me then. How was it?
Let's go.
Was chaotic.
Sorry for dragging you into all this.
It was crazy.
It was wrong of me to put you in danger like that. I promise.
I multitask.
Dangerous part of the job. Don't worry about me.
I'll try not to.
Always happy to help stick it to Shinra.
Not good at all.
Yeah, but he does the same to Renoa, just because of how much it costs time. She costs time in the row.
Things considered. Maybe not enough for them.
Good.
I mean,
Got me worried. You're
it's
not-
always going to be the case of like,
I'll give you that.
there's going to be that question. There's no real way to confirm, I'd say. I guess he does play more Final Fantasy than you do, so I guess by like default he spends more time with her.
Just another Shinra mouthpiece. They'll spread whatever lies Shinra tells them to.
All my friends
So-
said they saw it burning.
It wasn't that
I
bad?
thought reactors were
It
safe.
was.
Oh, right.
Yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about.
And here we are.
We
Good
can
old
pour drinks
Stanley.
whilst we're on the go.
You're on the second floor. Room 201 here is where I sleep. Don't have time for much else, what with Seventh Heaven and all. Not even time to decorate. Here's your room.
You did?
Yes? Oh, I mean,
No. It's fine. And this?
know what? It's getting late.
Hey!
I mean, not a bad start. Not a bad opener, I'd say. We're definitely slower in things like that in chapters than a lot of the other runners yet, but that is fine. We are still new. We don't know all the triggers yet. I don't know all the places to just save and reload as much as others yet. That's going to be things that I'm going to have to work on.
Nothing to report. Maintaining
My husband decided to go to...
Just imagine if rich people start
Another day.
a friend of mine.
these shipments from. There are so many people that just don't get that the planet is a living thing.
Alright, let's go and do the rounds with LTs.
Go ahead and keep whatever we collect. Seeing as you didn't bring any luggage, I'm guessing there's stuff you need to buy.
Thanks.
I mean, Excel has cosplay Tifa as well, so I guess he is the biggest simp.
Barrett's out making his rounds too.
He simped that hard that he dressed up as her.
All the items you could want, straight from the plate. No matter your needs or your budget, our wide selection of items is guaranteed to satisfy. You a lover? You a fighter? No worries. We've got anything and everything.
They burned me. Suppose I took her up?
Nothing particular. If you change her,
We'll see you around, okay? And let us know when
Straight from the plate.
he's a regular.
You, maybe.
Well,
To get free shit?
our next stop is start.
What's better?
Then you know what to expect. Remember, she's a good friend of Avalanche.
Can't help but take a little pleasure in their panic.
Apparently it was done by a terrorist group called Avalanche. This is
Nothing to report. Maintaining surveillance.
Hey, Marl.
Tifa! Oh, what's he?
Working?
Be nice.
You better take it.
I'm pretty good at taking care of
That I do. The charm.
I've got skills.
Be nice.
I'm doing my best.
Long rest.
I try and do less.
That you are.
Thanks, Marl.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Marl's great. She helped get me set up back in the day.
You been here a while now?
5 years, give or take.
Ain't they short-handed?
But never mind that. We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
Trains don't start moving again. We're gonna have enough food and other goods to go around.
Right, weapon shot.
We're so sorry.
The hell? You should
Let's not try and mess up here. So we've got a little section coming up soon where we try and use Tifa to blast through it. And as long as everything dies and we're still in control of Tifa, Cloud will teleport to where we are. But last time it got cooked because some things didn't die, and then we had to just kind of run around and do the whole thing all over again, which kind of sucked. Materia. Alright, I'm going to bring this up for a second on the screen. Not that one. Oh crap, I need to actually... Great, I need to find it. Downloads. Time. Annoying that I'm having to do this, but it wasn't equipped. So shit happens when you party naked. Really does. Really does. Warden, and then we want parry here because we need that on. That is a must. If we don't have parry, Tifa can't do the whole slide thing, the power slide.
Anyway, we should prepare just in case.
Oh, days.
Here's Scrap Boulevard.
I can see why monsters would feel right at home.
And the more we pile up, the more they show up. And there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud. It's over.
That'll do.
This was just a warm-up.
I'll bet. Let's keep at it.
We want to ideally have Tifa out here near the end of that thing, so... But I just thought I'd play it somewhat safer there. Because last time I didn't... Not everything died, because Cloud clearly wants to just fap around and... You know... Didn't do shit. He was just standing with the yeah, he was just standing there with his dick in hand. That's it. That's it. He just does... That's all he does. Oh, you're kidding me. It happened again. Oh, it happened again. Cloud didn't kill another one. All right, we're going back. We're going to continue on. Which means they're all going to be spawned there. We're all going to be annoying. I was trying to keep tabs with the defeated ones to see if it actually done it, but if you don't defeat every section, then you have to go back and do it. And it's fucking resets it. Mother chuckers. Oh, look who it is.
All set.
Should we just check? Well, yeah, they're all here too.
Nothing. You asked for it. Well, I've been here 5 minutes now. If you don't look out for yourself, nope. All right. I think that might be the last of them.
Oh, that's my bad. I should have remembered the cutscene then.
Of course not. You win. You know.
Okay, that's something to keep in mind for myself. Then there's my cue that I've completely forgotten about. That you have that little conversation. Okay. Well, there's time save for next time for not being an absolute invalid. But yeah, Cloud does just like to sit there with his junk in hand going, yeah, girl, slide. Slide. Whereas Tifa has some form of seizure as she keeps sliding.
Got new numbers for Monster Slaying this month. Check them out.
Mercenaries do roofs?
What?
Everyone back already?
Since you've got yourself a new weapon, come on.
Who?
The guy who tracks...
Where's he at?
Oh, he should be back at the office by now. What?
Everyone here's all your
All right.
Actually, I wanted to...
I'll take anything. Experience that. You're trying to fill your face.
Who would first have the day? I developed new theory. I plan to develop. I'll keep preparing more battle intel reports, which I hope you will assist me.
That went well.
Sure.
Pick up each shot and...
I'm not what you know.
You
Got a patient teacher. Ooh.
Oh, Barrett should have finished collecting his...
Gotta admit, the watch is
Everyone I
Right, if we head back,
What happened to Midgar?
it's gonna help Johnny Bravo.
Just imagine if rich people.
You know, the item store's fault. How's about you?
These shipments from.
Something's wrong. Let's check it out.
I hope he's okay.
Stay away from me!
He needs to get his act together.
This isn't gonna come back on the rest of us.
Got balls. Public security.
I know we can. Johnny,
They come in and act like they own the place.
Bum-ba-da-bum-bum-bum.
Dragging me through the street like this is... Ow! Rude, unusual punishment!
Let's go.
Come on, let's get a closer look.
Any way to treat a model citizen of Midgar?
Model citizens don't steal blasting, Agent. So why don't you tell me why your ID popped when we were going over the warehouse logs?
Huh? You've got it all wrong. I've never gone anywhere near a Shinra warehouse. My ID.
Your ID was never logged.
I swear.
Yep.
Anyway, you just dropped off and I'll figure something out.
Let's get ready to...
What's up, projects? We'll take that. Okay, talk to Johnny. No worries, mate. I know you're busy at work. Is it that manic? You got more bosses in or what? Tried to do something right? No, he didn't. But that's why we saved his ass, alright? That's why we saved his ass and didn't pimp him out to Shinra as a toy boy. Bosses around. Well, tell them.
I'm not worried about
They don't suck a dick.
What?
It's just...
Ah.
I suppose...
If that don't work, you know, grab his dick and twist it. Projects, you know, sort them out. Tell him about priorities. And that ain't playing with nails, right? You tell them to go play their own box in their own time. Sancho, projects, welcome and welcome. Hope you good. Hope you good. Sancho, nice to see you back in the land of internet. Exactly.
Gentlemen, this is democracy manifest.
Can you tell us something? How about a
Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. What is the charge? Eating a meal?
A meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes.
What do you mean it's still fucked?
And you, sir?
I thought you said you was I thought you was actually back up tonight. Mate, you need to sort the Mexicans out, mate. They're clearly not doing the work. So what's the issue with it? Avalanche is the issue. Jesus.
Damn, Biggs.
What's up with them?
Let's go and talk to these dips. Come on. Get in front of him.
Got something to say? You looking at me? Hey! I said move!
That's that mercenary. Call the watch.
Look at all these assholes staring at us.
This shithole's got nothing on Wall Market. All right? Word of advice, Blondie. Piss off my friend here, you'll be real sorry.
Unless you got some kind of death wish, then be my guest.
After you, brother.
Internet tubes, yeah. Okay, that was okay. That was pretty sweet. We'll take that.
They weren't Shinra, then
Sweet.
not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor. Get to rest.
So yeah, we're sending the full game run tonight. That is the plan. That is the randomness we decided we were going to do.
Can't help but take a look.
We got through up to chapter 10 in the individual levels. I'm still going to run the individual levels anyway. But, you know, I gotta call Al God to fix it, maybe.
In case you were planning on traveling light. You all set?
I did that last time.
Seriously, get your ass in gear already. You all set?
Yeah.
Awesome. Meet me at the station. Don't be late.
Ooh, doo, 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 doo. Mods, can I get a prediction to put up to whether or not we get this run finished tonight or not?
The residential area is just beyond this gate. Mind doing the honors?
Yeah, I got it.
You've got an arm on you.
On mobile, I can't. Hey, that's Project His line. Alright, I will sort one out. Don't you worry.
Figures. Still leaves the lights on every night. For the girl who only comes home once every other blue moon. Mom's an old-fashioned type like that.
Think she'll make us pizza? Her Midgar special?
She's quite the cook. Quick to whip up finger-licking food, even if you drop by in the dead of night.
And she loves guests who ask for seconds or thirds. Okay, let's head in. Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
Okay.
It's a shame you won't get to try the Midgar special. You would have really liked it.
With your help, we won't need luck. You'll take on just about any job, right? Well, I need you to rob my house. Think you can do that for me?
Alright, there we go. Maybe we lost a little time. Doesn't matter. Not right now. Sancho and projects, I don't know if you heard as well, so I posted it in the Discord, but Rebirth might be hitting Xbox and Switch from June 3rd, so something to look forward to. More chances to enjoy more of the game itself.
Sorry about dropping in like this again.
No, exactly, and by the time I spent most of my time enjoying the game anyway, I'll be ready for the next section.
My dad.
And again, we'll be doing the whole prospect of, you know, normal playthrough like we did last time.
Thanks.
Don't mind if I do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry to hear, dude. I would say if you want, just how are we doing, Quirky? Welcome in, welcome in. Are you streaming, Quirky? I haven't seen your thing pop up. I was lurking in oranges earlier. You've caught us in the midst of attempting the full run.
Yeah. Mako poisoning. Happened while Jesse was doing a show with the...
Not tonight, working off screen. Okay, nice. You get to enjoy the full game then. Alright, we're done that. Skip some of the dialogue. Then I remember Riley. Do what you working on tonight then, Quirky? Folks, don't forget to put your votes down. Spend those points and gamble them away. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe Projects will throw some of his change at your... Oh, blue.
Mako's the essence of life itself. It's not something you burn. Oh,
well, he's serious, Clark. Not my problem.
This guy.
Hey, it's the lot Jesse was talking about. We rendezvous here when we've got what we came for.
Gotta stay hidden. Wait for... Just need to get past this gate.
Hey man, the plaza's that way. Warehouses are further in. Jesse's supposed to be circling around from the back, right?
No need for us.
I can handle this solo.
What? You're trying
Well, in this big
I'm expecting safe.
If you check your gear.
You can use that vending machine over there to stock up.
Guess there's a training center too. Could go a few rounds before the main event.
Man, I get really hungry when I'm nervous. When you leave something
Remind me.
just need a
We got something. There's no better way.
real lifesavers.
Okay. Let's go with the plan one last time.
Working my emotes tonight. Nice, nice, nice. Any good ones you throwing out there?
That's the signal.
All according to plan.
Let's go.
Right.
Yeah.
Get hit first!
It's over.
Headed this way!
Unauthorized entry in 76 Annex. All units.
Alright, I'll take that.
Unauthorized entry in 76 Annex. Unauthorized entry in 76...
Fight, huh?
Yeah, Quirky, I might reach out to you to do some work for me this year, but I will obviously pay you accordingly for it. So I'll have a look at your price and that, and sort it out when I've got some cash flow. But I'll throw some work your way.
Look at us amateurs putting in the work.
I'ma get him! Don't eat me! Please don't eat me!
Roar! Let's finish this.
Now that's what I call teamwork!
That no, I offered. Don't worry. I'm not asking for any freebies. I think that's very fun.
That's a red line. Open up the thrust! What a wonderful gift you've given to me!
Enough.
In the blink of an eye!
That's that.
Well done!
lot more crowded now.
Maybe Roche 1 means on the bike, actually, so maybe that's why it has Roche 1 and Roche 2. That's my bad.
So, are we not gonna wait for Wedge?
If we stuck around or went back, he'd only get upset.
Why is that?
Because a soldier wouldn't understand. I'll tell him you were worried about him, though. Who knows?
Many of our citizens have already been disturbed by the alarm. We're unable to set up here and search the suspect. We will establish a proof.
Alright, so what is this? Chapter 4? We're coming towards the end of?
With a little trick I've been dying to try out.
Okay. What the fuck is she doing? The little skip and a jump there.
All residents are to return to their homes and remain indoors until further notice.
They're ramping up
I
for
repeat,
something.
for your safety, go home.
I heard someone say it was an attack.
Hey, it was those terrorists, right? There has been no attack. For your safety, please go home and remain indoors.
Come on, let's go move on.
An emergency has been declared. All civilians are to remain indoors. Your cooperation is appreciated.
Right, this is it. Through here and we're home free.
Where exactly are we going?
When we get there, you'll know. Now that I've got my black...
It's a goal then.
Everything we need for our next mission.
Sure hope so.
Yeah.
I want to take this comb with me.
For your dad's sake.
Hey, what the hell, man?
Huh?
Cloud was just saying how he hopes to come back and try the Midgard special next time.
Really, huh? Cloud said that?
Sure did. Wants a whole pie to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Really? Well, okay then. Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time too.
That'd be awesome.
Super duper awesome.
How we doing, Simon? I thought you'd like this part. Alright, you get to spend a bit of time with her before she gets yeeted. You know what? I'll put this on for you all. Request music, Simon. You know you like to be a DJ. I know it's always a bit of a T Swift, you know, but you know I won't judge you for it. DJ for me. Set me a vibe. Strike me a pose.
Well, this is big. This place. I
guess not.
Oh, he's a first. He's got a habit of.
How you doing, mate?
Anyway, let's head
Nice of you to join us. These nights of freedom for you are getting more frequent. That's a healthy sign right there, Simon.
This is where Jesse lives. Lots of pretty girls. I'm telling you this real.
You know, I've just seen that.
Nah, it's all good. It's all a game to her.
You love me.
Life's a stage. He loves to play.
I swear I did that last time.
You know about the secret reactor jobs?
I'm gonna try to find some living work.
Oh, I missed you.
Now remember to go to Jesse's thing. Just there.
Well.
No promises, but I'll forgive her.
Anti-hero? What's the fuck? Okay, you can skip that one, mate. Don't worry about it. You can skip that one when it comes on. There she is. Still alive and kicking. Yes, you are. Alright. We're multitasking between the run. No, not a screenshot, but short.
You're gonna feel
Oh. was not the ideal time to do it. Fine, we'll make it work.
Swan. Okay, let's go. There's way too many of them. Down. Gotcha. There. Down. Ha. What are these things?
No idea. Pretty sure you can't even see them unless they make physical contact first. Again?
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others? Cloud, this way. You gotta be kidding me. It's like trying to fight a hurricane.
Stay on your feet.
You don't have to tell me that.
I do know, Simon. How are things, mate? And Quirky, I enjoy the vibes, tunes, and some FF7 remake for yourself as well.
All right.
Sure.
Huh?
I can tell you're nervous.
Obvious, huh? Okay, I'm ready now.
I'm your TV now. Well, I mean, we aim to please. We aim to please. I'm good, thanks. I'm not bad. I'm not bad. I've been enjoying playing through this. I'm doing a few of the runs for. Obviously, I'm doing New Game Plus at the moment. I am going to put myself through the new game as well, which is a little bit. It's going to be a little bit longer. I know that much, but I want to give it a go. With it being my first Final Fantasy, I want to try and spend some time and enjoy the game more as well. So yeah. So we're good. We're good. And I saw a post in the Discord for the speedrun mentioned about the release date for Rebirth being possibly June. So we'll get to experience that part of it too.
Cloud.
Yeah, not far off.
Passing an ID checkpoint shortly.
Here comes the first hurdle.
Okay.
Not much of one.
I know, but that doesn't mean I don't have butterflies in my stomach.
What's she holding a butt for?
Hey.
What's that?
Barrett's always on edge.
Some fun.
Maybe. Thanks.
So, you still terrorist?
Holding a fart, don't judge. I mean, probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. In all fairness, Excel will be back there, mouth open and all sorts. He'd have a bottle ready to jar it up.
Emergency ID scan in progress.
Good old bird.
Lockdown protocol.
What do we do? Get to car 2. I can't. You want to survive this? Then move.
Cloud. Lockdown protocol.
Let me handle this. Yeah. Yeah. Down. Hey, Cloud, where are you going? You think Barrett can hold them off by himself? We're going the wrong way. If we keep
Are we?
wandering around, we're gonna get lost.
Are we actually going the wrong way? We are actually going the wrong way. Oh, I just went forward with her like, oh, okay, yeah, we can flee. That's all I want to know. My bad. Okay, we'll go back towards the fight, and then we'll do that. Rip. Oh, 100%. It's okay. We can still do the power slide here. We did. We're gonna have a few of those in this one. It's fine.
That's gotta be him. Hey, thanks for when we jumped from the train.
No biggie. You're pretty light, you know.
You always want to say.
I don't know. I think we're doing all right overall, Sancho. What do you say?
It's them! We have a visual on the target. Requesting immediate assistance.
I mean, to be fair, in my chapter run of this, I forgot to do that whole thing again anyway. You know, the dashing to get away, and actually took most of those fights. It took me like 60 hours to beat this game. Well, this is only New Game Plus as well. So that obviously adds a lot of the grind out of it. For one, and yeah, it definitely takes a lot of the grind out of it. But, you know, we have to do a bit to get it set up. I still haven't got it fully set up as per the things I was given. But...
Let's go.
Give me a hand.
Let me handle this.
Three who jump from the train.
We are going the right way, right? Question marks, everything. Just in case, yeah, but you suck. I feel like you two just have generally that natural banter because of your love for American football, right?
Stamps knows.
Do I guess you two are on opposing teams? Sancho hates American football. I mean, does he though? Really? Not opposing. There we go. That's better. That's better. What, so you're on the same team? You two are batting for the same team? I'd never have guessed it. He hates it because his team sucks. Oh, okay. That sounds like opposing teams to me. But not rivals? Ah. Was not supposed to do that, but hey ho.
What's that?
Nothing good.
Guys, I think it might be a nest.
All kinds of creepy crawlies make themselves at home in the plate. Then get messed up here. Hey, did you see me in action?
Must have missed it.
Literally, you must have missed it. We did all the work, mate. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Piece of cake.
You're gonna feel this one.
Would kill.
But Project's teams is in the Super Bowl. Okay, well, okay. Is Project's one of those just supports the winning teams all the time? Jeez, that fucking fake fan.
It's huge.
Let me handle this. Let's finish this.
Those things really creep me out.
Alright, so who does everybody support? Go on, give me some names here. I just enjoy American football. I just don't really get a chance to watch it. Like, I like the concept of it.
Check it out. I guess Shinra's doing something about those monsters after all.
I support some 49ers. Okay, that sounds like a bad idea already. But okay, you do you, boo. I mean, you're like 20. You're 20 short of being a good number.
Worked up a good sweat.
Same.
Alright, let's figure out where the hell we are.
So I'm trying to do the maths now. Is that 20? I know where I'm going. Oh, I have to find the follow the doggo. I go for the Saints, okay? And projects. What's the Glory Ho support? Seattle Seahawks. I knew one of you was Seahawks. I was like, somebody said Seahawks some point in this, the whole thing.
You really don't like Stamp, do you, Barry?
It's not that I hate
Also, you bunch of fuzz nuts, don't forget to put your money where your mouth is. Put your predictions down. Are we getting this run or not? Predictions up for about another 10 minutes. Put your votes in. I'm spotting fun on it for 3 or 4 seasons I've been watching. In that nearly team. Oh. So they're not even quite premature, they're just into edging. Bless them. That nearly team.
All set. Giving it my all.
Looks like it's Edge. I believe, mate. I believe you. 100%.
What you think, Mr. Ex-Soldier?
Biggs made the plan, right?
I provided some input.
Hope not too much.
There's one thing that's, you know, says by you, mate. I can tell you that. Oh, yeah, he loves a solid edge. He just looks like he doesn't want to finish. Yeah, he just looks angry at the world. Wants to keep a constant face of euphoria.
This it?
What do we do? What are those? I got Now what?
Bring it.
All set.
Talk about a tight squeeze.
You okay?
Yeah.
I gotta give you respect though, Simon. That I do. Like,
To any giant robots like that in
a lot of people would
Except a
hide their little guilty pleasures and that. I love how much you own yours. You know, it's the best way to be, because then you can never get insulted by shit.
Looks dead now.
Lo and behold. All aboard.
Is this chapter 5 or chapter 6? I can't actually remember.
Nothing but air below us.
Shut up and move.
Come on, let me on.
Just don't look down, okay?
Easy for you to say.
So, Sancho, what are you doing with yourself this evening with no internet? I'll go on the assumption to say that you can't actually play anything, so there's no point in saying, would you like to do some co-op, mate, and some shit? If we get this run done. When we get it. Well, it might be back. It might be. You're right. You're right. And Excel might grow, and you know, the 49ers might win. These are all plausible things.
Maybe no one uses that entrance.
I'm getting the feeling no one's come down here for
You gotta take ammunition from people. That is exactly all I do, mate. There's not a thing you can say to me that I ain't said to myself or I don't laugh off. I reset everything a few times and it looks like it's stable now.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, and Excel and Halo won't grow. It'll retract, maybe.
Hey guys, look, instructions for kill lights. Sunrise. Code is saying we have it. If we go through with it. That's true.
Let's go.
All these things. You'd think they'd be able to balance the loot by now.
You kicking off about 11, are you, mate?
If the maintenance guys or whoever weren't playing hooky.
The lamps are important, but when you think how much Mako it must take to keep them running, that's gotta be one. Maybe
Trade.
the size of it.
That a console I see near the top of that ladder. Hey, pretty tall ladder too.
I'll go.
Okay, we'll wait down here.
Sly, when we're going to see you come back stream, or have you given it up, mate? Just out of curiosity.
Next up, section G. Just passing through.
No, this way.
They busted?
Is my guess.
Lucky us, am I right? One less thing for us to worry about.
I'm not sure. No, that's fair, mate. Fair.
Filling the air.
I was curious. I know we haven't seen you for a while now. I was like, I wasn't sure if you packed it up or...
What's up with that?
Or what?
It's like in the tunnels. They get twisted by the Mako, but it all goes back to shit.
Or we're going to see some couple streams.
Hey, let's take a moment to get our bearings.
G, right?
Yeah, and to okay. Unfortunately,
I mean,
the only other route that I can think of would be...
Moki does. New channel name, right?
Up for giving it a try?
So we shooting for those fans way over there? Okay.
Those ventilation fans?
Keeping the place
Okay, so turn around a bit.
to the slums. Whole system's designed to make shit go downhill fast.
Didn't mean to do that. Supposed to dash pass. Never mind. Oh, I'm talking about Moki does split fiction. You know, you pair. That'd be nice to see. Am I getting? I'm getting proper turn around here. Oh, we've done that already. Well, we haven't seen it, so don't count. Oh yeah, we'll go this way first. My bad. I completely forgot.
I think we can climb onto that pipe.
Sure seems that way.
No fear, no fear. Yeah, no fear. No fear. No fear. Fear. No fear.
No fear. No fear. She's wearing shorts, folks.
You chaining out?
Hell no. I'm just worried.
Enough. We got it.
Okay then. Follow me. No worse than a windy day, huh?
One with a tornado warning, maybe? Don't look at the fan. Whatever you do.
Don't look at the fan. Hard to say when you tell me not to. Oh. Now, well, we're gonna be working on this for a little while. We've got loads of other games that we can throw in the pipeline, but I'm not gonna rush through them. I was speaking to the boys about this, and it's like it's not time to lock in, but it's nothing wrong with focusing a little bit on what we're doing. Like, I have a big title as a variety streamer and variety runner because I have so many different runs to my name, and that won't stop. But doesn't mean we can't like emphasize on some of the pieces and that, because
Section H is just up ahead.
I find I treat it like
That's our objective?
The cargo platform?
Paying respects to the game almost. Like, I enjoy this game, so me spending this, spending time in it to enjoy it, do the runs and all that kind of stuff.
This is it.
Is just paying that respect.
By the light of these magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter future.
Say what?
It's from a speech President Shinra gave, talking up the importance of
I believe we go up here first.
Shinra's leading us down a one-way path to darkness and death.
Now we're going to switch over there, so I feel like I need to get rid of those. I could be wrong, but
there's the switch.
It saves me just going over there and not being able to activate the switch, for one.
Hey, Cloud! Hang back while I deal with these
all done.
Cocky little bastard, ain't you? Yeah! Lined it up.
I want to play. That's my biggest hell stream always. I mean, you enjoyed Gears. Why don't you throw that out on the harder difficulty?
Well, at least we know where the big ass things are.
I mean, what's your favorite kind of go-to game? What's your ones? Because it's not Resident Evil. I know you're like, you don't mind watching some Resident Evils, 3 in particular, but like, what's your go-to kind of games?
This a hole, right?
Got the Sector 4 slums down there?
Huh? You want to check them out sometime? I can show you around.
We'll check them out now if we fall.
Right, now this is the ideal time to pour a drink. Miss Gordo's gonna be like, you actually drank that? I was like, yep, I did.
You think they'll miss those 3-plate suns?
I say the real sons.
Yes, I did.
To hell with Shinra and their night lights.
We take momentary time loss for pouring. Alright, it's fine. Just bank time. Ba-da-da-da. Okay.
Engaging countermeasures.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
It's down there, isn't it?
The headlock here. See that chap over there?
I swear it is.
Hand off my penis!
What goes in?
Someone who got me on the penis before. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's nice.
Bear me a second, I'll catch him in chat in a sec.
I see that you know your judo. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive
My limp penis? My go-to games are RPGs, but the inconsistency in my stream frequency, that's just pointless.
It's a shame we had to wander around so much.
Which particular RPGs? There's one RPG I do want to play through at one point, Tales of Arise. I don't know if you ever played it, Simon. But it's a very good game.
I don't want him to worry.
If there's no viable path, we'll just have to make one.
I mean, just make it work around your schedule then. You don't act like... It's okay when doing RPGs to do a little bits and pieces offline.
Ain't got time for us.
That's a win.
Tales of Arise, trust me. I mean, I'm not sure if you like the RPG style you like. I know you like Persona, but I don't know if you like things like the anime kind of ones. Which, have a look at it. Tell me what you think. I think it generally has a good story to it, and good gameplay as well. Never gonna run it because I say it's too long, but then I've started doing longer games, so does it really matter? I mean, Persona's anime. Yeah, true that. I guess. Then I recommend having a gander.
Soon enough, don't you worry.
He knew we might be late, so he came up with a few ways to kill time.
We ought to reach him long before he dies aboard.
back at the cargo platform.
Get ready, Mako Reactor 5. We're coming.
Mate, move your fat ass. I press the Y. Me press the Y. You do the Y.
Power supply confirmed.
So long and late. I hate to do. Wait, what? Isn't there some material?
Nah, no time.
Wonder what the reactor's like.
Nah, dismal. A slaughterhouse where they butcher the planet. Then there's the smell. Mako, be ready for it.
I'd like to say we're not doing bad. Personally, I don't think we're doing overall bad hit this point here. Could be a lot worse.
Bring it on, Avalanche.
We're gonna go up ladders, so there's no point thingying. So let's just take these out.
Okay, let's go.
Freeze!
That was slow. Make more use of the Z magic.
He's probably worried sick about us. Even after all that fighting, no one's coming for us?
No need. This is Shinra City. They probably have cameras everywhere.
Why didn't you say something sooner?
Way too late to bail now.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on it, only 2 ways off.
Better keep my balance.
You'd be good at it.
I wonder.
Why am I going that way? Like the boxes there tell me no to go that way. Ladder. Ladder. I complete. Mate, just move your fat ass. Jeez.
Tifa?
It's nothing.
And then we should be done with Enter Macaretta 5. That should be going on to chapter 7, I think. I think. Says that out loud, question mark. Chapter 7, okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Obviously we've got a few stints of long chapters that come up, which really add into the time. Like chapter 8 and 9 alone are like half an hour a piece. I mean, that's if you were particularly good at it.
I'm not seeing a way down.
Okay, yeah, now we go here.
Well now, that could work. I'm next.
I'm coming. Don't quit it.
Kinda scary, huh?
It's all in the mind.
Hey, check it out. They sick this big boy on us, we'd be
Good old airbuster.
from Sunday.
Mechanized units like these.
I just like the revitalized look they gave the game massively. I mean, you play the OG, and it's like all of this feels like I'm still playing it. But I'm like, okay, that's kind of sick how they made it look upgraded and that. You know, the new age look. It's kind of how I thought it would look.
Would kill for a shower. Almost there. The smell.
I know a few people would kill to shower with you, if that counts. Alright, so together. Howdy Reaps, you have caught us in the midst of a New Game Plus run for Jackass. Do your job, Barrett. Shoot shit.
So, it was like this last time?
Are you in competition with Thar and Excel to see who's the biggest Tifa simp? Like I like Tifa as in general, and I no discreditation to it. I don't sympathise as you lot though. I say that for a fact. No competition there? What, you mean Excel wins? Is that it? Just do that, yep. No, you like Salivator. Deeg, welcome in, sir. How you been? It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Attention, all security forces. Subdue the insurgents and bring them to the command center immediately.
I was starting to get emotional detachment. Teague was like, he doesn't want me anymore because I got no Final Fantasy 7. I hope you're good. Hope you're good.
All clear. Now let's see what these bastards were up to. Huh? Find something?
Keycard.
You think? Nice work.
Now, can I just use it on here?
You really need to see this. Barrett, Cloud.
I don't want to see this. I just want to go. How busy with work. What is interesting is Rebirth has been announced for Switch 2 next. Okay, so you've now confirmed it for me. Thank you. I saw somebody post that in the Discord and I was like, is that confirmed? Okay, sweet. So Teague, you're in for nothing but FF7 content. Well, actually no, you'll have mixtures here and there for stuff, but for the main part, I don't want to. Okay, we have to sabotage once.
Think you can get it?
Needs a key card.
Try that key.
Emulants, huh?
Yep.
Sounds bad.
Pretty sure I can.
Where does Rebirth play up until? I mean, actually, it's not spoilers. I played the game, so it doesn't matter. Where does Rebirth play up until? I'm trying to think of how much time I get with my favourite character. Do I get to go to Cosmo Canyon?
Yep. Probably.
Nothing we can do about it. Except smile for the folks at home. Don't even think about running.
Alright, sweet. You lot do that. Oh, come on. Really? Really? Yo, who do you think there? What do you think the likelihood of Fusion Sword being in part 3 is? Very unlikely, even though it would be awesome. But very unlikely. Yep, Cosmo's in there, you get to go to the Forgotten City capital base, it ends there. Okay.
Component outbound from B7.
Datmog, welcome in. Tuning in. I mean, I'd like to see it. Trust me, since playing this, I just want to watch Advent Children. Get off of it.
Looks like there's 2 consoles this time.
Sweet.
Any cards?
Just the one.
2 choice. It's up to you, Cloud.
We'll just crack on. We'll crack on. We running. We be running fools. Let's go. Datmonk, are you a casual lover of Final Fantasy 7? Do you speed run it? Do you challenge run it? What's the dealio, sir? Or not, sir? Apologies for making assumptions. Go this way. Go. It's not a bad shout. Okay. Cloud. Hey, you, just do something. Thank you. I've platinumed both remakes and 100% the OG. Nice, that's what I like to hear. Well, you're in the right place because we do love some FF content here. We've done various speed runs of them. Myself, I've ran speedrun Final Fantasy 1, 2, 8, 9 and 10. And yeah, we kind of just go with it. Just go with the vibe. Okay, where is the card? I'm a completion my own challenges. Okay, nice. What's your hardest challenge that you've given yourself recently? Just out of curiosity. Put you on the spot, I know, I'm sorry. I used to be a completion player when I wanted to get platinums and that stuff. I came away from that a long time ago. But I am a big into speedrunning. I just did no material rebirth on dynamic. Oh, nice.
Let's see what kind of mischief they were getting up.
I've seen the runs for no material ones.
Never enough key cards.
We've got Metal Gear Solid playing me right now. Yeah, boy.
You should be good. Right.
Why would I?
Bring it on.
That'll do.
Not bad.
Hey, you can't say we didn't prepare. Now we just gotta
I personally think that the Fusion Sword has a decent chance, but I don't want to say too much without spoiling. I've played OG7, I've watched Advent Children, I know enough about Final Fantasy 7. You're not spoiling anything, don't worry. I know there's going to be new stuff thrown into Rebirth and that they've tried to add into it, but nothing's a spoiler. So, yeah, open forum.
It's not ready yet. That was an order. Suck it.
Okay, Barrett, you just stay there.
Understood. Prepare the airbuster for immediate deployment. That's far enough. Y'all never had a chance.
Hey guys. It's like horns at the window.
Get up, little bit. Huh? No way up.
This cloud puts black material into the Buster Sword at the end of Rebirth. He might have to discard the sword when given separate the black material. Okay, I like it. I mean, if he gets it, and it's anything like that Thinger, then, I mean, I'm here for it. Absolutely.
No way we're getting back up that pipe.
Keep looking.
Oh, I don't need someone in the pipe to trigger that, don't I? Okay, something to keep in mind next time. Forget we can't just go just leg it up there because you have to do the little hopscotch over.
Time to go wild.
You said it.
Sweet. Have a good run, mate. Thank you for stopping by, that monk. Welcome back. Welcome in. We look forward to seeing you again sometime. Do feel to stop by if you enjoy your FF7 content or other Final Fantasy games. and other games in general.
Is there any way we can get more there?
Why does everything have to be so?
No, the fault. Do you think I could
It's a treasure bomb. I like the
But
sound.
you have a good one, mate. Have a good one.
So how do we?
It's simple. We move the levers.
Got these ones.
I'll take left, which just leaves right. So
Emergency lockdown is currently in effect.
So we need to synchronize our movements?
okay, follow my lead. I'm happy to wait.
Okay, pay attention to. 3, 2, 1.
Emergency lockdown disengaged.
Hell yeah!
We really did it! Correct time.
Yeah.
What y'all got tucked away in that vault, huh?
Don't need it. Let's just move on. Made that mistake last time.
All right, time to go.
Huh? Are you all right?
The people of Midgar will not see you for the cowards you are. The combat trial. You see but a fraction of this machine's true capabilities. That buster ready to fire. Show me how fast.
You just tank that shit. Why not?
That was too
It's on now.
All set.
Come on.
There's no escape.
That's what the answer. Bring in the heat.
Okay, let's go.
That's the Airbuster down.
Really? You will? In that case... Huh?
I'll see myself in. Thanks.
Right.
And who are you?
Can be a bit tricky. The overall plot is similar to OG with some deviation with the character development. Most of the Cloud in particular sticks it out to me. The way he is portrayed feels much different to OG. Okay. I mean, I'm okay with it. The thing is, with what I do, I expect nothing but that kind of stuff, like spoilers and that kind of generalization. But I know I'll spend enough time in it. If it's a game that I want to play, I know I'll spend enough time anyway.
I'm damn good at it.
Be careful!
Come on. I'm waiting. No.
Okay.
Never again. This dance of ours could use a studio. No way, let's go.
Do you really have to fight
Come
with
on.
flowers?
Okay.
Steady. Enough.
That was a terrible fight. Names from Star Wars Ever Crisis story before the events of OG. I was quite confused, so I had to look those bits up. Never played Ever Crisis.
Through the attic. Maybe we can get out that
It's
way.
nice for them to bring all those things into it, though, to be honest. Oh, that's Reno done.
Come on. I'll go first.
Right up here, up and over.
What's the holdup? I can't get to her.
2, 3.
Hey,
Stop her. Ah. Over there.
I don't know. I don't think we're doing the worst for time. I mean, I could be completely wrong just because I know there's some long chapters coming up. I'm not too sure about the last 8 chapters, how long each of those are. They probably are quite extensive, but who knows? I know 8 and 9 themselves is about an hour to throw in there, which, I mean, we're coming up too soon enough anyway.
Guiding us.
Stay close.
So cool. There.
Need to stay ahead of them.
Prep for exfil.
Or not.
Move, bitch. Get out the way.
They gone?
Yeah, I think so.
What are
Not really, Aerith. I apologise. You've been through enough.
I don't know.
I'm not joking.
Let's just go. Okay. Ever see that pillar over there? Time was over.
Let's.
So, what's next for you?
A little bit of bodyguard work.
Right.
After that, it's back to the Sector 7 slums.
You know how to get there?
Yep.
Of course you do.
That suit from earlier. He was one of Shinra's Turks. What's a Turk want with you?
Dunno. Hey, don't Turks keep an eye out for potential soldiers and stuff?
They do more than just scout for candidates.
So for those who are versed in this game, this is the first full run, yeah. This is New Game Plus. I thought it made sense to get more acquainted with running through the game and knowing where to go more so. And before we start throwing in having to figure out how we map the run and what things to pick up.
Forget it.
You mad?
So we're going for more generalization right now overall, but this is the first full run. We've done individual chapters up until 10. We haven't done any more than that.
Honestly,
chapter 10 through 8 has only been done through our first casual play that we did. That's it. So we go here and we have to walk back.
Wait! Give me a moment. Don't just run off on your own.
Those the words of a soldier candidate?
So petty.
So, does no one live in these buildings?
Nope. No one to get mad if we make noise.
I'll go first. It's pretty old. Be careful.
But yeah, any guesstimations we got, folks? I'm intrigued.
Ah, there it is. The wall. You know, but in the end,
Dangerous.
too much. Even when I can't even now. People hate this all that passion. All those dreams.
This time, I'll go first. After all, I can't count on you to wait.
Sure about this?
See for
Oh,
yourself.
2 secs.
Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just,
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
then you talk. Tell me a story.
You know the rules here, folks. Family first. I'll check on a little one.
Not for free.
Cheapskate. You're. Gotcha.
You're killing me here.
Here goes nothing.
I would be happy with sub 5, I think, to start with. And I think that's probably asking a lot. But I would be happy with that overall.
We're getting closer to the station. Even so, we'll probably run into a few monsters on the way. There's a face that screams, so what?
I fought scarier things in my sleep.
Kinda interrupt, So, Cloud, you don't know the slums that well, do you?
Compared to you? No. Training grounds, barracks, battlefields. That's the world I know.
You sound proud of that. Station's there.
I can see that.
Oh? Thought the world you knew didn't include stations.
Ha.
Oh, didn't expect to see you here.
Cloud, wait! Huh?
Wait.
There's a Shinra dump site up ahead. Not the kind of place anyone would ever choose to hang around in.
But a great place to lay low.
You jittery?
Easy.
Can we get past most of these? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Aha. We can.
That didn't work. Maybe it's
No, we did not.
pretty sure this Pokeron loops around too, so...
Chin chin, folks. Teague, or chat, let me just ask the question. Who is your favourite character in Final Fantasy VII, and why?
Must have been a new breed.
How do you figure?
As they went for the stronger prey.
Alright, going through the slum section. Wall Market and all that is one of the longest ones. May have said it before, but Genesis without the app. I don't think you have said it before. I'll be honest. I mean, I think Genesis is a cracking character, and for them, somebody who's played Final Fantasy TCG, I think is also a good ass card in that game too. I got respect for Genesis, and Geo I got respect for as well. He's almost like the original Zack because obviously his mentor.
Get back.
I can fight too, you know.
Alright, more places we can save and not having to take fights. Sweet. Making note of these. Angeal, big shout out to Angeal because he's technically like the original Zack, you know, being his mentor and all. And the sword was his. Yeah, his Buster Sword is so clean too. Yep, 100%. 100%. Crisis Core was a good game, I'll give it that.
Nice work. Way to think ahead. Yes, we're home free.
No need for thanks. I'd rather get paid.
You're getting paid right now.
Right, next checkpoint is Rude on the splits here. Gareth, why are you wrecking the joint? Chill, chill, man. Just bouncing girders around like they've got no weight on them at all.
Could come at us anytime.
Why do I feel like it's not that way? I was like for a second, I was like, nah, it's not that way. I don't know what's down there.
What are they watching?
Hey!
Here is the part where we can't do chat because there's no fast forward, there is no thingy, so it's a perfect time to pour a drink. Probably should have took my moment to hear earlier.
While fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder.
Bit of Resident Evil in my ear now. I do love this theme tune though.
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
I don't know if I can't remember if this was like. I'm not a like a full-on Resi buff. I enjoy Resi games and that, but like you can ask me the question, I'd know the answer to. I don't know if this theme was just specifically made from the films, or if it's actually in the games itself. I don't recall ever hearing it outside the films.
And the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We are in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think? Have no fear.
Boobies are here.
Keep Midgar safe.
Oh, no. Just Shinra.
Okay, time's up.
All right, let's go.
If a war does break out.
We need to stand up and fight against anyone who tries to destroy our way of life.
Man, I can't decide.
Oh, what timing! Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but
Alright, love, hurry up. Go and talk to Oates.
every now and then, it's fun.
Aerith!
Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod.
Aerith!
So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go? The church again? Next time, we should all go together.
Why, hello, Aerith. As popular as ever, I see.
Apparently, but they sure keep me on my toes.
Those herbs. You've helped a lot of people.
No problem. Anytime.
How'd you manage to find so many anyway?
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
He's my bodyguard, just until I get home.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe. Since I'm so generous, I gather medicinal herbs for situations sometimes. Here's the Leaf House.
There you are. We're back. Sorry to make you come out.
It's well, I hope you won't. No problem. How many
You can carry. What will do include?
I'm sure they will. And let's all wash up for a meal.
Yes, it does, Teague. Yes, it does. 100%. How much of a fan of you Expedition 33, Teague? Because we're going to have something else thrown. It's not going to take over this, but it's going to be thrown in there at some point. And it's going to be a fucking slog and a half.
Better than lying.
Okay. Then what'd you do with the flower I gave you?
We're going to be bringing Expedition 33 Rando into the table.
Don't recall. What?
Thought you didn't like lying. Well, anyway. My house is just up this path.
Ada Papachees, welcome in. Hope you're good. You've caught us in the midst of a run for FF7.
There you go. That's my
They
house.
did. It's still there as one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite turn-based RPGs with the twist of parry that system. That's came out a while. And the irony is, I wasn't even looking for that game. So that came about because I was talking to Excel about it one day, and then loads of streams kept playing. I was like, okay, fine, I'll give it a try. Why not?
Found them. And these right here are my babies.
But I played it, and I played it, and I played it, and I played it, and I spent a fair bit of time running that too, which it's a nice game to run as well. It's just it's quite chilled. It's quite chilled. I think that was probably one of the healthiest things for that game as well.
Oh, don't be like that. I know you have...
I don't even own it on Xbox. I own it on PC because I was like, okay, I'll get a copy of it. It's on Game Pass still, so I'm not going to buy it on console. Maybe I will at some point.
Can't fool me.
But it's such a good game.
I think we still have more.
For those who don't know, 21st of February, we are going to be having a race for that, Expedition 33. You'll have Midnight Sancho, Wicked Knight, and Totodile all facing off with myself commentating.
As many as you can carry, so maybe a few
So I will
more.
be talking absolute nonsense, commentating the run, and you will get to see 3 people going head to head, and it will be a full game run on story. Originally it was going to be expert, but this is based on 3 people that have not run the full game, like any sort of speedrun or anything like that at all, and 2 of them aren't speedrunners. So Wicked is the one that threw down the challenge. He got to decide the rules. He went from expert down to story because I think we talked some sense into him, because otherwise we're going to have a 12-hour stream whilst they're going through expert.
Well, we'll see.
And that's no shade being thrown on them, that is just generally speaking, it's not easy. I remember on the expert speedrun. It's Bowl Ache. But I do consider it as one of my my accomplishments there, you know. Not only do we do the story, we do the expert side of it as well. Which is what I'd like to do with some of these as well. I'd like to go through and do the hard modes and whatnot. No, I can't remember the criteria to get us moving in this part. Apparently Rebirth is out on Xbox One. I won't take it personally that every single one of you has the Discord muted. It's understandable. It's understandable. Oh days! You know when you get the validations like, okay, not a single person listens, do they? Nope. No, they don't.
I will be here if you require anything else. At all times, I am remotely analyzing your combat.
Gramps has been feeling a lot better ever since he heard about what's happening.
It's not even open, to be honest. What isn't?
It'd be great if they asked us again. Because of the money or because you want to be on?
I don't think I know you.
Still at it.
I know I want to climb up there. Can I pet him?
That's what's called easy.
Should I head out? You won't stop telling us stories about that damn reactor. I'd be honored to fight for my home.
Nah, can't leave without telling her.
He promised to take me to see
Hinges on my
No one really to I can't remember the triggers for this one. That's all. This is one bugs me.
It'd be great if they
Hi there, cute little doggy.
She couldn't have finished yet.
You look like someone who always be careful.
Yeah, I still don't know the.
What do you say?
Exactly. They're what give the local cuisine the flavor you can't find anywhere else.
Us folks in the neighborhood.
Is it time for us to cross the line from its reactor?
Can we go?
I hate waiting. Still at it. She couldn't have finished. Damn, I hate waiting. Still at it.
But I wanna... Will he find me?
That's what's called easy money.
Bollocks.
Hinges on my front.
Stories about that damn
Almost as
reactor.
loud and annoying as the mists.
Get your hands on the hottest new scent,
Sunbathing Chocobo!
I don't have all day. See ya.
Nah, can't leave without telling her.
Well, I trust myself.
Now, can anyone remember the triggers off the top of the head? Because I don't remember what it is to get started, and it's now like taking ages.
She couldn't have finished yet.
Is there anybody down here we talk to?
Midgar wouldn't be Midgar without the plate and the reactors. They become thieves, steals. Did you know?
Finally got power.
Eric is such a sweetheart. Those avalanche and screw won't
What'll it be for you today?
talk to that guy.
See you soon.
The bombers are believed to have gone into hiding somewhere far from the site of the attack.
Mm-hmm.
They worked hard to
Folks in the neighborhood. I can't decide where to go. That's what's called easy money.
Well, this isn't going fantastic at all.
Damn, I hate waiting.
Ah, days, what's the trigger? There must be something missing. Like, is it in the middle of the airway? Oh, oats. Oh, you're fucking right.
Will he bite me? I don't think I know you. You don't look familiar.
It'd be great if they.
Just find the bloody alleyway for it.
I remember you.
Thank you, T. Appreciate that. Jesus Christ. Well, there's time pocket of save because that was nonsense. Oats, yeah. I remember the name, just not the trigger.
Is something
You could say that. Yeah, who would? That's what I thought. They see he's I don't think some of this.
No, someone that's
Okay, come on.
Do. Move, move, move.
That's what's called easy money.
We even got to be on TV.
You won't stop telling us stories about that damn reactor.
Come on. I know this place is off limits to grown-ups, but if we want to rescue them,
I remember this part now.
we gotta break the rules.
I remember doing this the other day, but I couldn't recall the trigger to get it all started.
You're back! Eric could help. Yeah, leave it to us. But there are monsters. Don't worry. I've got a stop.
I used to be a soldier, so where's the guy?
I know. Just wait now, let's recon.
You guys have got to hurry and
It's Moogle.
They ran off this way. Be careful.
What about the Moogle?
Who knows? They're kids. Nothing to do but look all over.
That's over.
Might as well take the fight there because we can't get down.
Try to stay behind me.
I don't know. I didn't. Okay.
You jittery? Go on.
Come on, Aerith.
Get him! How shocking!
You absolutely. Man, useful as a wet fart.
And they're not alone. You're dead.
Too bright?
Seriously.
That was close. We gotta save them.
Alright. That's that. Not bad.
How shocking! You jittery? Good night.
Enough. That's that.
Go on!
Oh, damn, goddamn.
Ready? I'll be right there!
Anyway, Sancho, what you up to, mate? What you been up to? Are you getting ready to kick up a stream soon? About next hour a bit, isn't it? Come on, hurry up.
How shocking!
See ya.
How did you get to be so strong?
Well, you see, Cloud here used to be a soldier.
He was? Did you go fight in the war?
I might have. Get back.
I can fight too, you know.
That's that. I'm gonna grow up to be a soldier like you. You can't just grow up to be a soldier. You gotta work at it. Cloud thinks I'm good enough to be one, right?
No.
Look at you, Mr. Popular.
That was so cool, you guys. Especially that, yeah. Yeah, it was really cool when you went like, yeah, yeah. You've got it all wrong. Like,
I'm bloody throwing nonsense away. That is just there. My bad. My bad, bad day. Bye. Oh no. That's painfully slow that walk was.
Thank you. From now on, if you okay, you got a bonus, but you're also with us now. You can come and play here.
Then you must be from the legendary.
Hey, Cloud. I know a lot. When I'm out on, do you think you might?
Well,
I'm on the clock.
Don't worry.
I always have the latest information. Combined with
Go straight for the main mission. Then we'll come to the end of this chapter soon.
Aerith, you're back! Great job. That's one, isn't it? Oh, I nearly forgot. You scratched all the black. I'm not serious.
Alright, Rude, let's get it on.
Too bright.
I'm good.
So, you had enough yet?
No, I don't believe I have.
Go on! And catch! You jittery? You're heading in?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's enough for one day.
Alright, let's try and sneak out. Sweet. First time. Take it.
So,
It's simple, isn't exactly safe.
what?
Promise me.
You got it.
Thank you.
Doo-doo. Hey, Sancho, has Darvel finished his run yet? I know he was doing a casual run through first. And his stream's not loading up for me for some reason, so can't check. Go back that way. Jackass. Don't see him live? Yeah, we must have finished, or I had things to load up and it paused, and then I just tried to load it back and it wouldn't load, so wasn't sure if it was me or what.
You can see the sky.
They're still working on the new plate. I don't like this part of Midgar. Back when they were still building Midgar, there was an accident, and the plate fell. People had only just started moving in, so there weren't a lot living there at the time, but...
Right, we're going through the hands part. Do 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 do. I'm not sure if this is chapter 8 or 9.
It's in like this. No, ever since the plate fell.
And there's no other way?
It'll be an adventure. How shocking!
Leave this to me.
I don't think so.
It's over.
And we're safe.
What's that?
A big arm. Kinda cute, don't you think?
Got to Fishman. Ah, okay. It's slowly getting there then.
Great. Someone's pulled up the ladder.
Have we got any new PBs for Mr. Cowley at all?
It's this way. Here's an idea.
You serious?
Absolutely. I'll throw down the ladder for you to climb the back.
Okay. Interesting.
Piece of cake. Give me a sec. And here comes ladder. Oh, what did I tell ya?
Stop.
Did we wake it up? Too bright? Oh, that's weird. There used to be a way through here.
For those of the 100%ers that are aware of the challenge that's going on, who has got money on who to win it? Just a curious question, that's all.
Guess I got her.
Could be anyone really. Nobody stands out to you, Sancho? It's one run. No one runs a ton. Yeah, no, 100%. That is true. Ian, welcome in, welcome in. How the devil are you?
Container yarn. Well then, I'm gonna head down.
This has gone out pretty much. So you basically Castaway all over again.
Okay, Cloud. Ready?
I mean, true you have. But if I know my Sancho, he can do both. So it was down last night, so no soul work last night. Oh, boo.
Okay, right there. Hold on while I drop the ladder. Cloud, over here.
Now don't go up there, go straight down here. We remembered something.
Whoa, not too fast, okay?
Got it.
Do I have anything that comes up that's a pocket of time? I need to go check on a little one.
Okay, guys, whatever you do, don't move.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
I'm dead. I'm super.
Shit! Let's get the hell out of here!
Wait, you guys! Don't leave me! I'm coming!
We're going to check a little one. I know, folks. I'm back. Let's carry on.
Random question, but why did you quit being a soldier?
That is random.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Did you have any soldier friends? Any war buddies?
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
Huh? What we got?
You jittery? Hey! That wasn't so bad. Stupid ladders, always out of reach. Okay, Cloud, heading down. You're in charge of the arm, got it? It's this way.
Let's get this changed. Rotate, down, grab, rotate. Rotate! Give me momentum. Right, switch devices. No worries at all, Quirky. Appreciate you lurking. That'll be. Now I forget they change the input slightly as you go between the different arms. So one arm it's like rotate is R, and then this arm is rotate is left instead of R, or something like that, or vice versa. So it's just annoying. Some of these little parts, yeah, it's just, it seems like added extras for no real reason. Because these mechanical arm little sections, besides just dragging things out, do not add a lot of value to the game, personally.
Don't worry, we'll be on the same page.
Up the ladders.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, okay?
Alright, so we're almost at War Market, which means we've got all that to go through. The next split is Hell House, which is towards the end of the chapter anyway. I think we're on chapter 9, if I remember rightly, so we're just over there, or just under the halfway, because we're not quite finished yet. Here comes the most awkward high five going. Yeah, what? Why you do this? But yeah, I can't say I'm too disheartened with.
This won't take long.
We went so far. We've had to take a few moments out here and there to stop. Absolutely. Also, have no previous run to go based on, so it's all brand new.
Yeah.
We've done the first 10 chapters, but we haven't ran the full game in a minute. So. And we all know it's different running the game than just playing through it. Do do do.
Hey there.
You gave him my tool.
No, and if you say I can't, but you saved me.
We're looking for Brooke.
Yes, won't say.
Save her from my...
So, this girl.
Well, she's in.
Is that real?
Wait a minute.
That's her.
Hate to break it.
What do you mean?
She's a Corneo's host
An audition?
for the title of She's What He Liked. Haven't scouted her and consider it.
So where can we find?
What do you do? What you got?
Maybe we'll have better luck in town. Let's check it out.
Let's go to the mansion. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Relaxation, the sweet embraces.
Check it out. I think we might have found our man. And he's a gaudy one.
Yeah.
Not so fast, buddy. Back up. Can only break
We're looking for someone.
yes.
Yeah. So
So you can just walk.
About me then. Can I do that?
Maybe.
No, let's
Excuse you?
Kind of cute, not cut.
Come on.
Do you have any being
Aerith.
seriously, Les.
Loud.
Denied.
And who can do that?
Trio. The only one first. Just turned in this bad ammo. Last but not least, turned centric bunch.
Duly noted. Thanks for the info. We'll be back soon.
Ooh. 2.5 hours into chapter 9.
Hey, I'm talking to you. I said they're good. What were you thinking? Stupid! Crawl into a hole.
Not you.
Wait, yours out. Pretty please.
Why not?
Really?
Sure.
Next time will be too late.
You want it now?
How can you be so sure, Cornell?
Damn, you really do.
Sure do.
Then.
Tails.
Head.
Mugging bastard.
I think this is where they said to meet.
Wrong door. Literally one away.
I guess they're closed right now?
No shit.
Supposed to go down like this.
This the place?
Just
Think
wanted
so.
to see Andrea.
Let me handle this.
And why would I do that?
I'm not sure that.
You're a man of many talents, but...
Oh. Alright, back to Madame. Ow. Mother chucker.
Cloud? How was it?
Huh?
You okay?
Yeah.
You're acting weird, Cloud.
I am?
Really weird.
Think you'll make a habit of it? Alright then. I think I've seen everything I need to see.
So?
Tell me what you want, and we'll take it.
Wrong one, but I'll just post in this one. I'm multitasking. Simon, I've thrown your other half's things out in promotion. By the way, I don't know if you're still about. You might not be, but either way.
You cannot go. I've never seen Carly doing so.
Is something wrong with my outfit?
I put in the anti-potential stuff.
It's alright, I guess.
Look.
Sorry.
So long as you...
How much?
What I said, but don't worry. So listen. There's an underground policy if you win a tournament.
Alright.
Not the way I do. Normally letting fighters aside. Should hurry. Run off.
Right, on to the Colosseum.
Nothing good. I wouldn't expect a fair fight in this town.
Think we can win it all?
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
I appreciate the confidence. Just don't get too cocky, okay?
The doors are now open for tonight's tornado.
I don't have to do a lot of things, mate. But the first line of things is I don't really post here very often, and they are very proud of it. So I think the least the whole gang can do is turn up. So I can't recall the details of what everything I posted there. For anybody that's in here at the moment, I don't know if it's... What's the date for it, Simon? I posted it, but I didn't read it. I'll be honest, I just posted it. It could have been anything. She could have been applying to become Magic Mike and peg you, and I wouldn't have known because I was multitasking. And I forgot half the stuff I'm doing. Right, she could be going for a competition and how much to peg you in 30 seconds. I don't know. But I believe it's something to do with ice skating. Can't remember the date though. Was it tomorrow or was it Saturday? Alright, I'm going to go in here first this time. So you can speed that up there in that way, that's fine. Because last time I go all that way, then come back. Okay, some time. There's some time saving for the chapter side of things. Effectively, folks, Moki is Simon's other half. Figure skating nationals tomorrow afternoon. Okay, there you go. Moki is Simon's other half. They are competing in figure skating tomorrow afternoon for nationals. So what I'd like you all to do, if you can, contemplate being good people and, you know, turning up and throwing a few nice comments out there, even if they're not seen directly by Moki for the what she'll be doing. It doesn't matter. Just throwing a little bit of support out there means a hell of a lot. Or even, you know, sending a quick congratulations out, you know, just FYI. Something like that.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
The rules don't make sense.
Yeah, true.
Nah, wouldn't have.
Man, I don't worry, Simon. I know I don't have to do a lot of things, but it's just my nature. It's just my nature.
Well, that was some bullshit. That's what they ready to rock.
And it's our song right now, Simon. Jesus, timing. That's a shame. I had a clean cut on those in one run, whereas I took them out in the whole bunch within one or two slashes.
It's not your turn yet.
I thought I had the beep. Okay.
Cloud and Aerith. The final match will begin shortly.
Man, it's the final match. I've got a lot of money riding on you two.
Simon, when are we going to see you be like Torval and Dean? What's going on? Asking for a friend.
And the winners of the Corneo Cup, the deadly and dynamic duo, Cloud and Aerith!
My condolences.
I just think, you know, like, I mean, you've probably seen Blades of Glory, right? I think you would do a cracking job, just like Will Ferrell.
Watching you guys ready to kick ass? It's not even about the money anymore, man. I just want you guys.
I believe that. I believe that.
Show them what you got.
I go on to somebody's Twitch and I'm like midway through reading myself. Alan, welcome the hell in, good sir. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. I was literally popping in to say hello, see how you still doing, mate. Apologies, I'm still like part way through my run, so you know, well, part way, but I'm not even halfway at this point. Hope you're good, mate. Hope you're good. Alan, can you just confirm for me, how many days have you got off? Because we're gonna, I mean, you know what, we might even do it for speedruns. You might just do it for more lols, who knows. No, we'll still record the shit. Good, good, good. 4 more after this. Okay, we will organise a night rain sesh, or even LORT, something on those lines. If we do night rain, we'll record it and put down the runs to be submitted to never be accepted until I do the normal thing, which is like apply to take over the fucking board because people just abandon shit. Nah, I probably won't, but who knows? You never know with Gordo, right? But yeah, I will organise something with you. I just having to work a shit ton more to try and sort things out as I go. You down? Alright. Let's get it. Let's get it.
What's this? The old switcheroo? As usual, the Hell House is up to no good.
We will take that. I think we'll take that. I mean,
There you are. So, Madam, I was also a big event like Borneo Cup, pretty sporadic, but there's always that.
all right, we're gonna go through dance section, but with Gucci. Like I said, I don't like. If we do just duos, Alan, I probably will say, do you want to do it on Xbox, because I have the additional characters on Xbox. I don't have them on PC. I don't have the funding to pick them up. It's been a tight. Let's just say it's been a tight month or so. I got a few more things to pick up just in the moment.
You're here. There's nothing before you. Our person treats others. Alright, nothing to change. You won't be. Alright then. In the meantime, there are. So I went and.
Hey.
But there's so much to do. This is a perfect opportunity for you to learn away. I didn't mean to. Ouch. Well, I'll see you later. And a poke on your eyes.
At the moment, I don't. I thought you had an Xbox. I mean, if not, I'll just play it on PC, dude. I just won't have the DLC characters, that's all. I guess, I mean, no drama llama there, but yeah.
Howdy. Let me see if I got this. Hidden. I don't actually why. Ain't nothing wrong with that. No other ways of this wreck. I got a few something. You have yourself a grand time tonight.
This is what they said to you.
Shit, take a deep breath.
I say because the boards are not modern, we don't know where the new characters sit in the meta at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know, to be fair. And I'll be honest, like with anything to do with that game, I just go casual as fuck. It's like I can't meta sweat that game because I mean, meta's not been updated for like 4 months anyway, like you said.
Just like you. My problem is that well, this is it for me. Call me crazy.
No, I know you're not, mate. I know you're not. But like I said, I'm focusing a lot on this stuff here because I'm enjoying this run overall. But I'll always try and make some time for you. Don't worry. I know you and Papa Shades have both said about sorting out some Commander content. I will organise a Commander session. Alright, you know what? I will get Sancho set up for it as well. I'll be using Moxfield. Alan, Papa Shades, I will organise one for myself, you, and Midnight Sancho at some point. Alright? Welcome back, Quakey, welcome back. But I will sort out a Commander session if you are down for it, which I imagine you would be. I will obviously craft myself some Final Fantasy decks just for the hell of it anyway. Yeah, I will sort that out. Awesome, thought you would be. I'm still pushing for new community stuff, and don't ever feel like I'm not going to try to get involved. Absolutely, yeah. No, don't worry. It's not going to be like it's going to be instantaneous and that.
I was looking to confirm what it already means.
I was like, look, I have to find a night that's applicable for everybody.
Why don't you let me buy you a cup of coffee?
I thought you might. Yes, I will get some more organised overall. I mean, I tried to play MTG Arena. I'm still not sure why the fuck thing wouldn't work. Apparently, it's some buggy about fucking. I don't know if it's on UK side or some shit like that. No idea, but it wouldn't.
To see the honey, you said you didn't. It'll be fun.
Do I need to get that added to my thing as well? Is that it? Do I need to get that added to the old Twitch? Sancho, hook me up with it at some point, good sir. I guess I'll have to believe in Joe Hendry.
I've dreamt of this moment. The honeybee in.
And here's them chosen by our honored. Come on, come on! The show's about to.
You can't skip this, I just thought I'd check. It is. And how much eye contact he makes whilst doing so. But he loves it. He thrives on it. He's thirsty. That one thirsty fish. Amy.
You tried.
Did we fail? I mean, I got 5 bads there. That's the worst I've got so far.
Let's show today.
I mean, a question. I wonder if you can even fail that.
Hey, look at me. I could dance too. How much did you drink tonight? I can't help it. It was amazing.
Let's just wait for Cloud to get to his little place.
See their look of surprise.
Oh, Cloud. Now that was a show.
Please don't.
That is Cloud. Is this your first time seeing it, Quirky? Well, it only determines the dress outcome. That is it. But yes, this is Cloud. Looks like somebody who works Oktoberfest, if I'm completely honest.
That is one hot chick.
No, he just does his hair. Puts extensions in. Practicality. What do you need a wig for? Just get some extensions.
No way.
Here you are.
You serious?
Is there a problem?
I mean, it certainly does, but you know, we run so ladylike, we act so ladylike.
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the wall. And don't go poking your nose in where it doesn't belong.
I'd let her do things to me.
Room's at the end. Keep walking.
Should I be watching whilst I stream? No worries, so can somebody give me a shout out for Papa Shades? I did see you pop up on Digimon Time Changers, so I imagine you was going to be streaming. Sorry, hiccups there. Let me just load stream. Sorry, Papa Shades, 2 secs, mate.
And why do I feel so dizzy?
So what happens now?
I think they'll call for us when it's time.
This room gives me the creeps.
Pudding!
No?
How dare you objectify these women like that, calling them pudding. For Trophy Hunter, this is the most annoying one. You have to get all variations of the dress and do at least 3 playthroughs. Yeah, no, because it depends. The dress depends on how much you did in the previous one, right? Like the previous chapter in terms of side quests.
Feeling a bit woozy, but tonight's audition's about to begin. Head out the door to the left and up the stairs. Come on.
Yep, no.
Let's hustle.
Excel would be proud, as well as many other thirsty kids in the chat.
Do you want to do this?
Right, in terms of things, okay, we're on to the second half of I like the colour. The colour's good.
Okay, let's go rescue Cloud.
Corneo's room, right?
We're on the second half of the splits, which is good.
Man, I'd love to spend some quality time with girls like that.
Bet they're going at it right now. Lucky bastard. What are you doing here?
I got it. Yeah. That's it. Ha.
You'll pay.
Moving on then.
But yeah, cool. I'm sure you like the colour, Quirky. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't worry, it's completely natural.
Don't stop.
Alright, now we fight Abzu.
Giving it my all. Let me hit this.
We will take that.
I knew it. These ones are all
What is
connected. I'm pretty sure we can use these sewers under
No other lessons?
avalanche and after emergencies.
Oh man, I imagine the train yard's a slow one.
There should be a big waterway just up ahead. Let's find that first. Lead the way.
Get back.
You jittery?
Let's go.
No, I knew it was the wrong way. I just knew it. I bloody knew it. Down here. Open this. Run down the stairs. Up the stairs. Get caught on the stairs.
Prettiest place, and we're under that, so.
We're gonna do this because I feel like we have to for later.
Bring it.
No more games. It's over. Down. 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 Down.
Come on! That's a win.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
It's really dark. I'm sure we'll be fine. Come on.
Right. Make sure we turn the fucking lights on. Just remember that, folks. If you think the switch is going to do nothing at all, don't test that fate. Just use the switch, all right?
Yeah. I can't imagine any.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to put on. I need to start putting this on now because we're not in December and we don't have like just the random discounts and that throw on. I'm just going to throw on any sub discounts.
Locked up tight.
Just because.
But not if we use the skeleton key Jesse made.
Huh. Does this mean it's in the water?
We'll see.
I need to get in the habit of doing that. And last year I didn't use half of them.
That's a power generator, all right.
Wow, talk about ancient.
It's an antique, older than the Mako reactors.
If I knew where to turn the bloody things on. Discount promotions, there we go. Let's throw it on for 3 hours because we should be on still for a bit longer. There you go. I'd rather, anyway, even if you don't, I'm not fussed. I'd rather you just have the choice there, regardless, folks. I will remember to keep throwing that on for, no, go this way.
I don't think so. Go on.
That's the way to do it.
Down this way.
This it?
Now we can get straight out of here. Sweet. That wasn't as long as I thought it would be, so that's good.
It worked.
The goal will be the next boss in the train area. I think we've got the pump nonsense here now, which is always memory. After a bit of traversal.
Wait a minute. I'll move this.
So this is where sepsis.
And we're sepsis.
That'd be harder than you think.
Let's just make our way. We can do this.
Yeah, for sure.
So Quirky, what do you think to the game yourself?
That's a win.
I thought I could get to the ladders before they even bothered, but you know. They did. They made Midgar into his like whole little own, you know, kind of worldish kind of thing for a bit. Let you enjoy more of it overall. Go up ladders, go, 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 go. Then we go across here. Me too. I'm enjoying it. I am indeed. And with Rebirth coming out in June, then that's sufficient enough time to get some work done in this and show some appreciation for it.
That's over.
Now we should be instead of us.
I'll go first, okay?
Feel like we're massively behind.
Bring it.
You're gonna feel this one!
Okay, we gotta get rid of these.
How shocking! And we're safe.
I was gonna say, if we've got a bit of distance travel, we can just ignore them, but we have to get on ladders, which means we can't interact with the ladders until they're deaded. Basically.
Leave this to me.
I don't think so. Go on! Moving on then. Look, that must be the way out.
No shit, Charlotte.
I wonder. There must be some way we can lower the water level. Got Seventh Heavens.
Hey, Cloud.
This ought to drain the water.
Hold up this memery part now.
No luck?
Press must.
We can use the hand. Remember,
Alright.
Eric, my Vinny.
I'm not sure.
Trust me, I'll be back soon. It's a little different from one part. Or in the thrill.
Here goes.
That's in. Okay, 1.
Spectacular.
Too early.
Try to stay in sync.
That went well.
Alright, this one's gonna go wrong. Every time. Third one is nonsense. That's for sure.
All right, I think that did it.
Wonderful.
Okay, let's head back. Cloud's probably getting worried.
Alright, we'll go. Pikachu, welcome in. How the devil are you? It means we'll have Wicked popping in soon because you two seem to turn up at the same time. Weird, that one. Very questionable behaviour. Good to hear, good to hear. Go the right way. Come on.
Don't think you'll walk away from this. I got this. That's it.
We'll take that for now. Terrible, but we'll take it. Pikachu! Oh, I had one of the nicest moments earlier. So my little undecided, Daddy, let's watch some Pokemon. I was like, absolutely. No issues. I'm here for that. Because you get to find the Pokemon teddies and that. She's like, oh, Daddy, what one's this? I was like, it's a Digimon. Because it was Biyomon from Digimon. And then she had Sobble from Pokemon. So we watched some Pokemon later together. You know, the old standard Indigo League, you know, the OG stuff. The proper things.
This is the train.
I was laughing to myself last night. Can't remember what it was you said, but I was thinking all of that cheeky ass
Just past that large
about you grooming Wicked. I mean that might have been it.
so we can see where we're going.
Dark everywhere.
That it?
I mean, you hello grooming Wicked. I respect it because, you know, not the grooming part, you know, as you do you, but the banter was there.
People don't come. Not just because of the mind. Everyone seems to be those who lose their way.
Is that right?
I mean, it's not like.
Let's hurry.
Compared to us, at least.
I think all I said, she had an older brother.
Worked up a good sweat.
Wicked's like 30, he's 27, mate. 27, 28, something like that. I mean, you're basically creative snatching at this point.
Guys, what was that?
I don't know if you managed at the incorrect age, mate. It's fucking room and a half.
Don't scare me like that. I think I just heard a little kid.
But if you don't think you're incorrect in your actions, that's fair.
Kids out here this late.
What?
Alright. Try and make through here as quick as I can. What are you want with that older brother? Huh? You said you did? Yes. Go back to the previous stone. Huh?
Gotta make a stand. No more games. Oh, how shocking! That's it. It's over.
I'm just gonna go with her. I mean, on the dick parts. You have me some interspecies pansexual. I didn't tell you to stick your thing in sheeps. I ain't wrong. If anything, I'd go around the Wales area and put stickers on the sheep saying "Do not park here" for any of you freaky folk. Yeah.
All right, let's see what's inside.
Yep. Exactly that.
What was that? Look! Over there!
I don't do Uber. What are you about? What are you talking about, Willis? I don't even drive.
Don't think you'll run away with this!
It's you.
Coming through.
Out of our way!
Now like that.
Just say, mate.
What now?
You'll be stopping at the Sector 7 train and is bound for the train graveyard. The train will stand clear as a crazy door.
Hang on, what's Frosty got to say here? Coming soon to a chat near you in a world speedruns and Cheeky Pants and Gordo Games presents. Blah, 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 blah. Since the chat chronicles design praises the revamp FSM while Imperial reminisces about Gordo's legendary rose interspecies pansexuality or humor and I think that's worth copying to the Frosty Tales section.
That's not funny, you know.
Guess the crane's up there. It's not working. There's no power coming through.
I wonder
Let's
if
go.
this is another prank. Someone might be messing.
I thought you want to keep your pansexuality in there. I'm not sure why you want to have sex with pans though. I'm still baffled on that one.
I found you.
True, but you got like whole farmyards in Wales. You can't turn a corner without one of your mates ploughing a sheep.
Do you think there's more in here?
Looks like.
See ya.
Yeah. Not for the amusements, because your amusements are slightly off compared to normal people.
I'm pretty sure I saw a door on the other side of this place. I think our only choice might be to find another route.
Ba-da-da-da-da. Okay, we need another route, so let me remember. Amusements, yeah. The bear rides. Fudge me. Try to remember off the top of my head. What if we go back through this way? And circle around, maybe? Could be wrong. Yeah, no, it's definitely wrong. Could be very, very wrong here. Can't remember. Can't say I blame you. Yeah, definitely wrong. Oh, it's still up there, but where the fudge is it? Alright, we're hemorrhaging time here because I don't remember where the fudge I'm going. It do be like that sometimes. Can't get across there. Down a set of stairs on the other side. No, so there they are. Thank you to you. Nora's still Quirky. Thank you for tuning in as always. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you stopping in. Can we get a shout out for Quirky before she goes? I know we needed to hop over at that point, but I just ironically my practice stopped at 10. This is chapter this is 10 or 11. This is 11, right? You get to Alagor mug and staff from him only.
I got this. Let's finish this. Good luck. That's it. One more shot.
One more time, got to give it to me. Gonna celebrate. Appreciate that. And then if we go back through this way on the right hand side and just sort of go all the way down. Like we did when we was faffing around.
Ever find their way back home again. What do you guys think would have happened if they'd caught us?
I wonder. Maybe they're the ones who were caught.
Can we just drop the hole?
What if they're trapped here and can't leave?
Thank you for that help, LT. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Powers on. Power on to move the all that stuff, then we go from there. There we go. The door that only opened to the side is the route that we weren't allowed in originally, I believe. So you know when we had to go down and then up and over? That's that door. Let's do this.
Oh, it's moving.
Maybe now we can get to the other side. Can't afford to lose focus.
Enough. That's that. Keep your cool.
No need to worry. Giving it my all.
Nothing to it.
Alright, up. You hoe bag. This one to come on me. Dom, thank you, sir. Welcome to Gordo's Games. Thank you for the raid. We're in the midst of our Final Fantasy VII Remake first run on New Game Plus, easy. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. So far, time-wise, it's not the best, but you joined us at pinnacle moment, and well, you've just joined us. That's a good start. Dom, how you doing? How was FF12? I want to say FF12. Definitely go with FF12. That's my final guess. But welcome in, folks. Welcome in. My name is Gordo. I'm a speedrunner, challenger, and variety streamer. You name it, and generally I do it with a smile on my face and drink at my side. And this evening I have got coffee because I decided no more alcohol. Like I just heard a door. Get down.
Punch through.
Right, we gotta hurry. It's over. Get him! This one's for you! Glad that's over.
Got Tony, he just wanted to kick the side of her bed this evening. How's the run? It's okay. We've scuffed a few things, obviously. But first run in that New Game Plus, like the last time we played through this fully was our casual run through. So I'm okay with it to an extent, but definitely could be better. I think I'm on chapter 11 going into chapter 12, but I could be wrong.
Don't think you'll walk away too bright? Let's finish this! Wow, I'm How do we hurt it? I've got to do something.
A little bit. Oh.
Finish him off. No more games. It's over. Giving it my all.
So we have something called Fury Ring equipped, which basically means we can't use ice because we're in Berserk state. So I can't revive everybody right now. We're gonna get that fat chocobo out. Yep, they basically do, yeah. That is why we have Tifa. Honestly, I was like, oh. Okay, we're on chapter 12. Okay, 6 more chapters to go.
How shocking! Watch yourself. Get him! Come on! Too much? Too bright?
Eesh. Wow, that was definitely a puckering time.
I'm getting sick of this. Don't they have anything?
Plate drop Shinrun and Sephi. Yeah, basically. Which I'm not sure how long the chapter sections are for those. They've got Hojo's lab as well, obviously.
Was never in doubt.
The whole building's a slug. Yeah.
Keep coming. Don't think you're gonna get away with this. Holding position.
That's that. Not bad.
Just ran around thing for no reason. Just, you know, just in case. Just in case it really felt like it.
I won't.
What kind of time are you thinking, Teague? Get up there. Yeah, dickhead. Well, means like this actually, just there's no end of time. Let's just run it. Fair assumption.
You guys can't stay here. Come on, come on! Hey, let us through. How else are we supposed to get to Wall Market? Sir, wait for the gate.
Sector 7, please! We need to get as far away from Sector 7 as possible, right now! Go to Sector 5 or 6! Anywhere here! You'll have to get out of... I've got to get to 7th Heaven.
Stairs elevated for HQ? No.
Oh God!
Not since the first one.
Marlene! Oh no! I need to find another way to get there.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect us to escape? There's a way out!
Gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
Oh, yes. This is why we asked the question, will we get a run finished?
Fine.
Hey, can you walk?
A helicopter fell out of the sky! No need to rush. Steady now.
Oh, thank God the kids made it out in time.
Come on, we've gotta go too. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We can get through this. We just have to work together. Get to Wall Market now. It's too dangerous here. Stop.
There's a possibility of it. Who knows? Who knows?
No, it's not worth it. Confirmed. One more lost. Probably for the...
Wouldn't be my first time. My Final Fantasy 9 speedruns used to finish about that time. Until we started bringing them down a bit more.
Hold on, Marlene. I'm coming for you.
Basically, yeah.
You're Marlene, right?
And all this comes down to is like, at the moment, there's like, I haven't got the strats in place that people have used.
Hey, what's your favorite?
There is parts in which you can start, quit, you know, save load, and it will just speed things up.
I sent her to Seventh Heaven to get Marlene ready.
Wedge?
I asked him to show her the way. You can still stop this. Right? Then let's keep moving.
And where is coming? You're going.
Come out, wherever the hell you are!
Give me a break.
You asked for it.
What's up, guys?
I'm pretty sure it's run this way. Oh, I was wrong, wasn't I? I was wrong. I called it wrong.
I see you!
No, I didn't call it wrong.
You assholes like this!
Thought I did.
Stay sharp. That's that.
There we go. There's the cut through.
Man, you suck at You're mine!
Storm's coming. Move aside.
Make way. Coming through.
Calling wind. Storm's coming.
I don't know about you, but I'm over this shit.
Ooh.
Tough, but doable.
You're gonna feel this one.
Looks like you guys are having the time of your life. What?
Seems to be lost control of the top floor.
Huh? Our guys are seriously struggling to take down these assholes?
Anyway, we made it to
Oh, there he is. 2 secs, folks. Folks, if I'm quiet for a moment, I'm just talking to Miss Gordo, who's just got back from her night out. So bear with us.
Whatever you think.
Huh?
Keep him busy, will ya?
It's still a night out. Huh? Yeah. Okay, the closest thing you're getting tonight out. Closest thing you're getting tonight out.
Slow him down. Move aside.
Make way, coming through.
Scatter. Let's finish this. Going in.
No, I saw Pikachu. See you shortly.
Calling wing. I got your number.
All set. Let's finish. You're up.
Suck on this!
Stop it, shit. Yes, I'm up now.
Suck on this! Want some more? Reload.
Let's go, dude.
Okay, let's go. Good luck. All set.
Damn it. Which means
I'll find you plenty more.
come on, let's teach him first two-step. What
Let's go.
the turtles?
Plate separation authorized. Awaiting confirmation.
We don't get the hell out of here right now with this. We gotta think of something. Hey! Anybody out there?
Barrett! I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
And push!
How could this happen?
When is help going to arrive?
This is happened before.
This wasn't
can't even imagine. I said.
It's like there's a hole in the sky.
Whoa.
Wait. Over there.
What the hell are
Their jobs. Just focus on seeing Marlene again.
Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
You guys run into Jesse at the pillar?
Yeah. Biggs, too. They were both in pretty bad shape. But Wedge wasn't up there with them. He got out.
All right.
Come on now. There's no need to be afraid.
I've been thinking, y'all. We gotta go find the others.
Huh?
If we don't look for them, who will?
Right.
Hey, Cloud. Gonna need your help with it, too.
Right.
Howdy, Sancho. Sorry, I'm just talking to Miss Gordo. She's just come back from her evening meal out, so I was just catching up what she... It's not Sancho, it's Falafel, my bad. Sorry, you got the green text, same as Sancho. I apologise for calling you Mexican. Falafel. I hack falafel.
Oh, we have these prawns in the same sauce.
House on the other side of town.
Well, come on then. Pick up the pace.
I'm going as fast as you are.
Thank you for accepting my apology. I did not mean to call you Mexican. You do not deserve that.
That's the house.
Marlene! Marlene! Where's Marty? Is she here?
Keep it down. Don't wake her.
The main entrance to Sector 7 is buried under rubble now. So how are we supposed to get back inside?
Underground passage in the park.
Good plan.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to get there. Aerith showed me before.
This ancient girl knows her stuff. Didn't mean anything by it.
It was all like shaking. So, what are we gonna do?
My ears are still ringing from it.
This wasn't an accident.
This kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
Over there.
All right, let's keep moving.
Bring it. Was never in doubt. It's blocked. There, that way. We'll have to fight our way through. But it's our only shot.
Okay, let's go.
Good job.
Whatever, man. Let's go. Every last one of you is going down.
I won't hold back.
Neither will I. Nothing's gonna stop us.
You would say that.
Here I go.
Right behind you. That's a win.
Okay, let's go.
That it?
Sorry for dragging you into all this.
I just want to throw the dart. I'm still going to try and beat the score.
Always happy to help steady the ship. Nothing to it.
If you want to chat to you, by all means. It's not like it's spoilers. We've conquered the game. It's just gonna be filling out some of the other stuff we need now.
I saw Sector 8 on the news. It was like a war zone.
Scarf is a Moogle prime from 3 Moogle models that kids hide out. First strike is stagger effect.
Was never in doubt.
So, it wasn't that bad?
3 Chadley, okay.
Oh, right. And here we are. Good old Stargazer.
And there you have it.
Room 201 here is where I sleep. Don't have time for much else, what with 7th heaven.
Got a way
and all.
out?
Not even time to decorate.
Tifa.
Here's your room. Don't worry. I already told the landlady about you.
You did?
Yes? Oh, I mean, I told her I had a friend looking for a place to stay. Was that too much?
No. That's fine. And this?
That one
Does
is,
it look like we can go this way?
No. I'll introduce you tomorrow.
This is bad.
Hey!
I'm gonna guess that's in settings. It does help. It does.
Finally, I can use some fresh air.
To be fair, these aren't things I checked. Like, I saw because Excel was doing some of this earlier.
hadn't made it out.
Don't say that. Things will work out for us. They always have.
Again?
That one was a lot closer.
I suppose you're right.
Hello?
The house was pretty old.
Is there anyone out there that
And
needs
it's
some
not like
help?
we had a lot of money saved up.
Hello? Anybody out there? If you can hear me, say something. Out there? We're here to help. Hey!
Can you hear us?
You can hear me. Shout!
Can you hear me? Anyone there?
Hey! Hey! Ready? 1, 2, 3!
Is this all that's left of Wedge's place?
Hey! We're coming down! Stay right where you are! This place reeks of shit. If there's no path, you gotta make one. Hang in there. Must be a secret Shinra facility. Ain't got nothing on me! You really wanna throw down with me? Get your ass out of here! Whoa! See ya! And there you have it. You really want to throw down with me? Oh yeah, another one in the bag. Duh! How long it take him to build all this beneath our feet? Suck on hide you like that! You ain't getting out of this!
No, Sancho's Wi-Fi is still down, I believe, unless he's started up.
You going down, one way or another. Ain't no thing. Want some more? Don't look now, but it's about to get real. And don't come back.
Tell a lie, Falafel, he is live currently.
Suck on this.
Exactly. Exactly. I called it wrong again.
You really want to throw down with me? Ain't got nothing on me. You really want to throw down with me? How'd you like that? And don't come back. Just no escaping them, is there? You really want to throw down with me? Ah! I'm really going to enjoy burning it all down. Tifa! Hey! Tifa!
Barry!
You okay?
To tell you the truth, not really. I think there's a nest around here somewhere. Can you take care of it?
I got you. Huh.
Bingo! Gotcha! Bring it!
Where's Cloud?
I don't know.
Well, he can take care of himself. We've got bigger issues. All right, gotta go find Wade. Come
You know what? You sure it is?
I'm afraid to ask, but did you just shoot your way in here?
Oh yeah, another one in the bag. If I gotta climb another damn ladder.
You're gonna feel this one!
Suck it! Bang, bang!
I got this. Giving is on you!
Oh, we're done here.
Hey, you think Wedge is holding up okay?
Of course he is. He's a lot tougher than people think. Probably sleeping soundly, dreaming about his cat.
You're right. We should treat him to a nice meal when he gets back.
Don't stop now!
Right.
See ya!
Too late!
Huh. And don't come back! You really want to throw down with me? Get your ass out of here!
Too late! Okay, let's go!
Sweet.
Shinra experiment? Let me handle this!
I think this is the failed experiment part. I think.
You good? Okay, let's go! Yeah! Gotcha! Yeah! Yeah! Hey! Yeah! Hey! Yeah! Hey!
Right.
I want you to take Wedge back from me. I'm gonna look around for the others. He made it, didn't he? They could still be alive.
This is chapter 14, which leads us to the sewers. I think, yeah, because we go up here and we go left towards Barrett. I think it's chapter 14.
So, how are we supposed to get topside? With everything that's happened, the trains still aren't running.
Well, we could walk along the tracks.
The city's on high alert. All the roads and public transit have probably been locked down by now.
So what's the plan then? You know another way up?
No, but I think I know someone who might.
You mean Corneo?
Get caught on the ledge. Boo.
My fellow grounders, listen up, because boy do I have some news for you!
The office must be great.
So after bombing reactors 1 and 5,
Welcome back, Pikachu. Welcome back. We are indeed still going.
Hey, you! Man, am I glad I said Europe. Listen, poor things, I'm sure they're...
Worried about him, huh?
Oh, there's 3 missing all told, and they'll come home once they got food in their bellies. Good luck.
That's wicked to warm you up. Alright, now we're going straight towards the mansion. So do a little side thingy here for a side quest, which we're not going to do.
Did you guys get into it with him or something?
I don't want to talk about it.
Those officers.
Hey, Cloud, what happened?
Don't recall.
The Coliseum is open for
me.
business, and...
I heard Don Corneo.
I haven't seen him, to be fair. I haven't seen him yet. Pikachu, can you do me a shout out for Sancho, who's also streaming at the moment as well? He's back with his Final Fantasy 2. He's got some Tinternet. Alright, so we're going to head in here, then we're going to head straight towards the Don's room. And then we'll work our way through sewers.
You guys ready? Okay. Head for the trunk line. You If through he's the boy way. hits himself.
Yeah, we'll clear the way.
That's that. Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
It's gotta be this way then.
Okay, let's go.
Gonna finish it quick. Giving it my all.
Thank you for the shout out there. Oh dears. Okay, we can just run through that entire thing. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thank you for the shout out there, Pikachu. Much appreciated.
Let's end this quick. Your turn. Enough.
Oh, I know. I know.
One step at a time, huh?
Good little soldier.
Hell yeah!
Maybe dial it back a little?
Mark of Avalanche. Right. Jesse and Big stashed the skeleton.
I never got a chance to run. Let's keep moving.
Hate to interrupt.
Yeah, we heard you.
Right, let's go.
Hey, about time.
Now I'm gonna get robbed and chase this thing. No idea, mate. No idea. They're gonna be very sporadic. Not a frequent flyer thing, to sure.
What is what?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? What did you call this apple? Is that really it?
Why are you asking, dude? Want to show me off to your work friends?
Not bad.
Wait. We're getting close to Corneo's hideout. From here on, I'll take the lead.
Is it? Bastard went that way.
Don't lose him!
Boo.
Let's finish this.
Nah. People on my team still email me.
Ain't nothing we can't handle.
Gotta hold together. Come on.
Ain't got nothing on me. We ain't got time to play hide and seek, little shit.
Gotta stay.
Suck it.
See ya.
And there you have it.
Right, not too bad. I think we're doing alright.
Ain't nothing we can't handle.
Gotta hold together.
We make a decent team.
Who would have thought?
all costs. You're gonna feel this one.
Let's finish this.
So, gonna make us work for it, are you? I'm not gonna hurt you, little fella. So just stay...
No turning back. Get ready. Going in.
Keep it coming.
Come on.
One step at a time, huh? Just like his owner.
I'll take you all the way with this. Giving it my all.
That's that.
I know a shortcut. Follow me.
Okay.
Twisted piece of shit. I'm gonna enjoy beating him to a pulp.
Corneo's mine, and mine alone.
Huh?
Please.
Fine.
Go 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 go. Going the wrong way, aren't I? Thought so. Alright. So we've got a lot of work to do. For sure. Which is fine. We didn't think we'd just walk into this and be like, yeah, okay, we got this.
Wait outside.
Think the kid's gonna be okay going in alone?
Nope. Alright, Abzuto. one bites the dust. Yes.
Ready to do this?
Oh, this is hella gonna that part.
You know, shoot. You want to go now?
Just go. I didn't just press quit. I was gonna say I didn't just press quit, did I? Imagine.
Gotta be careful. No telling what's gonna collapse or when.
Chapter 10. I'm sure it's chapter. It must be chapter 15. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Why did this have to happen?
Hey, you guys.
Friend first needs help.
It's too dangerous for you, maybe.
But technically got 4 more to go.
Focus.
No more games. It's over.
Oh, we're done here.
If we blast the heligunner with just thunderers for days, we should be fine.
The limit and beyond.
Storm's coming. You're mine. Calling wind. You're done. Let's go.
If we run around here. No. There it is. Oh, my bad. I walked away from it. Stupido.
So that's where we have to climb?
But if it comes apart while we're up there.
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed a dozen times over by now. It's a dead end.
Wonder if this rope belongs to Surgeon.
Grapple, grapple, grapple.
And guns. I think that
Let's go, Paul.
Just remember,
There's
we
a
can't
rope
come back
hanging
down.
off the top there.
Are you ready?
Jump there.
I said respond.
No worries. Catch him at Teague. Appreciate you stopping. Appreciate you stopping him. We'll see if you're right. We will see if you were right. That is the big question this eve.
Jump over all this shit.
Not much choice. Going in. Scatter.
I got this.
Of course.
Bring it on.
Come on.
Where the hell would be settled?
What do you think? Can we climb it?
Sure, with the grappling gun.
That's that. You make a decent team.
Who would have thought, huh?
Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Stairs that way. I thought it said something about grappling hook, so I was like, okay, grappling hook time. No, clearly not.
Give me a break.
Don't take a long way from this.
That's it.
That was pretty damn good, huh?
Let's keep it up. Push him back. Call him in.
Ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, I just came down here for nothing. Blech. I'm just gonna grab it now because I'm down here, by the way. Just you know, just to spite myself. Nice, we'll take it. Worth. Oh, come on. What am I missing? Surely there is a way back through. Or am I just being blind about here? Maybe this was the right way. My bad. And if we circle around this way... No. I guess we go up this way now. Okay. Remember that for next time.
Was never in doubt.
Damn it. If any of this crumbles, we're all going down.
Okay, let's see what we got. What we got. There we go.
Forget this view. Just thinking about busting into Shinra HQ's got me fired up.
Save some for later.
No need, son. I've got more than enough to keep me going for days. This the only way? Look down. You can do this. Look down. Just keep going. Don't look down. Don't look down.
Left.
Let's do this.
Copy.
No more games. It's over.
How?
No thanks.
Let's finish this. That's that. Roar!
Huh. And don't come back.
Storm's coming. Not bad.
Well, this has been a slog, but I'm not totally like. Right, got a few of these that they drop down.
You want some of this? Then come get it. Firing one off.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing.
Yeah, I need to start using the weaknesses more.
Lucky I stretched.
Calling wind.
Get your ass out of here.
Worked up a good sweat.
I remember this part. There was something. Yeah, this little thing here.
Oh.
I forgot to run.
Run, damn it, run! Move your ass! Shit, look out!
Crash Bandicoot soon.
To the limit and beyond.
Calling.
gonna stay!
All set. Freeze!
I'll be fine.
We'll take that.
Security's looking pretty tight.
Huh. So they know what they're up against.
Somehow, I don't think it's all for us. Could be for Avalanche. Or maybe even Wutai.
Can't be for Wutai. What about the ceasefire?
That only put the war on pause.
Either way, I'm gonna put the real Avalanche in them. Their days of sitting smug in this glass tower are over.
We're here to rescue Aerith, remember? We don't need more attention than what we're gonna get. We need to be smart.
Yeah, I hear you. But my soul's screaming for payback, you know? I'm gonna take your time. And sooner or later, I'm gonna have to blow up.
Make it later. Stay sharp.
You don't need to tell me twice.
How'd you like that?
Hey, what's going on?
Show me your hand.
Let's keep moving.
Oh, we could have gone down. Gonna open the gate. Never mind. What's up, Wicked? How you doing, sir? How you doing?
Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the Michael on the penis.
Suck on Chinese meal.
Let's finish this.
Are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Half intoxicated and
We make a decent team.
enjoyed it.
Who would have thought, huh?
Time to go wild! You said it!
Pudding! Everybody shout out there, Pikachu.
Finish this!
That's that.
Sure hope no one else knows we're here.
Come on. We need to move.
What chapter? I think I'm on chapter 16. I think. Maybe 15. I don't know. I don't know.
This building's incredible.
Huh. A shining monument to corporate greed. One of these days, I'm gonna tear it down and burn the rubble.
But not today.
Yeah.
Do the little cutscene thing? Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Shit.
Let's just
Yeah,
keep
Mom.
heading up.
Because we got to do the whole thing where we fall purposely.
How do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors? I vote we take the elevator. Don't get upstairs without it.
Okay, guys. Wish me luck.
You be careful.
Aren't I always?
Of course, miss. Yep.
You okay?
I thought it was guys. Sure.
Come on.
Hand over hand, huh? That's fine. Bring it on.
No. That was poor lining up.
This isn't so bad. Pretty close now. Just need to make it over there.
Ah, I should have went further down. Don't want to keep stopping and starting on those bars. It takes too long. Ooh. Okay. My bad.
Almost there. Just need to get across those platforms.
Sweet.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
Slow him down.
That was pretty damn good, huh?
Let's keep it up.
Okay. Lips done.
You must be here for our prisoners have access. You will proceed in Almighty X of each will thereby allowing and now begin to.
Why this whole thing out?
I don't know about you.
You think everything's going?
Yeah, I do.
If it is, then bring it on. Let's get this party. Man, why we gotta get all these damn key cards just to get anywhere?
This is Shinra HQ. The hell did you expect?
Says the former company man himself. Guess you'd know about all the rules, regulations, and red tape. It's like coming home, huh?
I think I just threw up a little.
Man thinks very highly of himself.
Oh, come on, don't. I thought we started it. Never mind.
Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool! Moving along.
Come on.
The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
Oh. Triggers.
Moving along, the next exhibit will teach you all about the miracle of Mako energy and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar itself. So come on!
This is Midgar, our home, recreated in 1/10,000th scale. As you can see here, the 8 Mako reactors form a ring around the center of our city and keep Midgar running day and night.
Congratulations! You can call yourself a Now, moving, please proceed to the 61st floor. Welcome to the Visual Entertainment Hall, where we showcase Shinra's cutting-edge technology through an immersive visual and audio experience. Please relax and enjoy the show. Congratulations! Your mission next. Please make your way to—
What the?
If you think you got it now?
Alright, let's go.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know. Idiots at HQ should
I just went the long way, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, I did.
container exploded.
Here's the 63rd floor, where loyal Shinra employees relax and recharge.
It's pretty late, but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault.
Stay focused. We need to find this guy.
Yeah. Guess I better get working on my conversation skills.
Keep going up. This one. What? I ran past it, didn't I? Through here. My bad.
Hey, look, Izzy.
Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I think we just need to start talking to people who look the part.
Remember, say mayor.
If they say the best, then we have a winner.
The hell's that?
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battle in a virtual space.
There's training in it.
You work here?
The mayor.
Is the bet. I was told to
That's right.
before I trust.
Say what?
Do you know what will prove you're worth it? We have a state of the. If you beat the sim, then the key card is all yours.
So we've got this to go through now. We've got Hojo's lab to go through. And then we should be...
Let's go. Give me your up.
Use magic. Use magic on them. Stop it. Don't be silly.
And there you have it.
Right, that's that done. Let's get out of here.
Alright, I've seen enough. Here, this key card will grant access to the repair.
You can't get one of our friends.
Lab. Access to R&D.
We'll find a way in.
Whole media is just in main conference.
Be like surprises. We need to
That's right, and security.
We need to find out what
So
they're
you want to find them, you can come to the address.
Thanks for the pit.
Damn it.
Barret.
Yeah, I know. We came here to save Aerith. That's our first priority.
That's right. We only get one chance. Hojo should be at that board meeting, so that'll buy us some time. We need to plan this just right.
Do you think that's where Professor Hojo is?
Where he should be.
What's the plan?
A little bit of recon.
We're coming to ask anyone here.
No thanks. We can find it on our own.
Okay, we should have went left there instead. Never mind.
Alright, I'll wait out here. Maybe, but this... Oh, never mind. You're right.
Alright, it's left, right.
Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
I'll show them what the ones down.
Come on, let's find out.
Come on. We've still got a bit to go yet. It's right here. Because I didn't pay attention to the map last time, so we just now tell ourselves this to remind us.
This it?
I'm telling.
Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Almost there.
So first, or perhaps instead.
Right, specimen time.
All set. It's on you.
Alright, chill, chill, chill. Oh, days.
Let's turn it up.
Bang, bang! Ooh, gotta love it.
Stop using Cloud so much, use Tifa. She does more.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
finish this. Get ready.
Come on! Don't stop now!
I have come for you. Mother. Together we will reclaim our world. They have come again.
My mom and I stayed here. Room.
We're on chapter 17 now. Okay. Okay. Last 2 chapters. Let's go.
Every morning, they come to. I remember crying here alone.
Aerith, before we break out of here, talk to us. There's so much we don't know.
I'm a descent.
Aha! There you are. Hey, what are you doing, man?
Anyway, we gotta
okay. Ooh, let's get that second wing going. Okay, we got Hojo's part, and then it's the last slug.
That elevator. Was it this way?
Go over this way.
Yes. His odor still lingers.
The little ones in the pods. Where did they go?
It stinks in here. Back there.
Right, up this way. Through this way.
Hell is this place?
It's this way.
Shinra's dark secret.
What I wouldn't give to burn it all down. But we need to get to the room.
No, that way, that way.
Test subject pods? Guess I can use these. Concentrate. Nothing to
this way. This way. Let's go.
Thanks.
You okay?
Yeah. Where are the others?
No, we're close.
Let's go.
Up and away. Let's go. Alright, want to do the back and forthy part now with the the different wards.
What is it?
If you flip that switch, kids even.
I may be able to do that.
You sure?
Yes. Will this do the trick?
I'll do something.
What kind of freak show have they got going on in here? Stay back!
Need a hand?
Yeah, right. Just have a little bit of fun with it, that's all. Oh, man, just get in.
Roar!
Got it up!
Storm's coming. There.
Kiss my ass!
Bam.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah. I'm fine.
If you say so.
Thanks, Rob. What's the plan?
First, we find Jude and Elliot didn't expect any of this. We just gotta roll with it. Come on, let's go.
The
door seems to have locked. No going back.
Go.
All right, now you're starting to impress me.
We got him. Don't move an inch. We'll head down too. Be right there.
Just an FYI, folks. So while I'm doing this, whilst also trying to chit chat in fucking Sancho's and tell her where to go. Fucking donut.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I think there's something over there.
He's getting himself lost in FF2. I'm like, dude, go that way. Is that? Why'd you not tell me before? Was that? I'm so sorry. I am 5 hours into a run, mate. But don't you worry. Switch parties. Let's go. Let's go.
You two will be on your own. Be careful.
Thanks. We will.
We'll be waiting right here.
About 30 minutes. That's record. And that's about 30. Okay.
Roger that.
So this is the longest part. The last one isn't as long, so let's just kind of go with that thought process and let's get sub 6. All right.
True.
Go. That's the aim to start with.
But what about you, Tifa?
It's a work in progress and I'm fine with that. Absolutely am.
I'm fine. I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
Don't do any of this yet. Go down here.
There has to be something.
Remember this from last time.
Let's look around.
Gotcha.
There it is. Blind for a set.
Look! Now they can get across too.
Right, now we go back and switch parties.
We We found the door to that.
All right.
About those... I think we're told to
The central terminal.
We were fiddling with some sort of control panel. Do you see a way to...
All right. We'll make our way to the central terminal. Sustain your nervousness.
The hell comes the
Cataclysm.
I don't give a shit about any of that.
The experiments in this facility involve the enhancement of life forms and machines for the application of Genova biological data. Who knows plans to pass? I know what fate awaits these creations. Let us put them back. We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Alright, there's a mistake again. Thunder.
Buzz off.
There you go.
Let's go.
Use thunder appropriately, because the thunder is good. We appreciate thunder. It's Ward 3.
Wait a sec. Weren't the girls right by the door to the 3rd ward?
Yeah, it was 3. Thank you, Barrett, for reminding me. Appreciate you.
For each ward.
What the?
Transfusion receipt complete. Commencing test of augmented research.
You need to warn the others. Tell them to be careful. Very.
Tifa, we access the central terminal. The door should be unlocked.
Okay, let's go through there.
Any one of Hojo's twisted creations can be a...
We will. See you in a bit.
Through here.
Now that's just mean. No more games. It's over. See ya. That's it.
No surprises there. What is this place for?
No, Crawler, just go, just run. We don't care about that, just go. Just yeet it. Don't worry about those, they're locked up. Dogs are free. Dogs are free.
You're gonna feel this one.
Oh, wow.
Too bright. There. You jittery? Go on.
Under here. Go, 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 go.
Nothing's gonna stop me. Don't think you'll walk away from this. Giving it my all.
That wasn't so bad.
Look.
Make sure don't climb back up. Not enough, bud. No worries at all. Pikachu, go and kick back, relax, mate. Appreciate you as always. Catch you in a bit. Catch you in a bit. Come on. You're not enough. I'm still here. Alright, folks, I'm still going. Yep. Alright, now through here.
Moving on then.
Is this really the exit?
Alright, that's locked up now, so no levers up here, but going down here, and then we're going to jump across.
I won't give up. Don't think you'll walk away from this. Yeah. There's no escape. How shocking. Giving it my all. Watch yourself.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Let's finish it.
Glad that's over.
Do I feel like I'm going the wrong way? Maybe. Oh no, we're good. We're good.
You think now the exit across too?
There you go. Now we swap it over. Get them to go to 2. Sorry folks, if I seem like my energy's dropped. It is gone 1 o'clock in the morning here.
You two stay there.
Okay. Be careful.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
Alright, we'll head over to 2. So that's where Swordipede is. Is that where we start that fire?
It stinks.
More of Hojo's experiments.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Go all out. See ya. That it?
Sweet.
I hope you're enjoying your experience.
Why don't you come down here and ask me?
Before you get any ideas, you should know this glass is bulletproof. No discernible changes after contact. Most fascinating.
Hey, we ain't done yet.
No, don't quit the title screen, just... Alright, through here. Let's go. Let's go room by room.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
You going down, one way or another.
I never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
Okay, I'm waiting for the next step. Just open the door for me. Most of the big. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you mother.
So now, keep pouring it on. Come on, we're going.
I think up this way.
Remind me, this ain't a hospital, is it?
Test subjects don't receive treatment. Need a breather.
Bring in the heat!
Stupid thing. All right, come on. We done? We're done? Yeah, let's go. Right, move along.
Fine. One step at a time it is.
I don't see any elevators around here.
I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
What do you know? That's the door to the fourth wall.
If we want to get in, we'll need to go all the way back to the central terminal.
But the door we used to get here is shut. So what now?
The passages have to be connected somehow. Please.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal. Hey, you okay up there?
Get ready. See ya.
You should go.
Right. On it. Tifa, you there? Red fell to your level. Can you try to get to him?
Oh no! Come on! Why can't you cut up all the brains?
No more games. It's over. Get him! Ah!
Get him! You okay? You jittery? Gotta go for it now. I can still fight.
You're down. Give her your one more shot.
See you around.
Annoying things they are.
I really wish you wouldn't.
You asked for it. Let's do this.
All right.
Worked up a good sweat.
Sorry for the wait. Now, let's get this over with.
Give it my all.
You
I
jittery?
take care of two.
Go on!
Fine. I got this. How shot that?
Then I think we go back up. No. All right. I'll go down. Come on, Red. Where you at? Move your ass. Go, 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 go. I'm not unhappy with this as a first attempt.
And it's not moving.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains.
The record, can you all shut the fuck up? And let's move.
To see it through.
You don't want to make me mad.
To the limit and beyond!
Bring it on. That's the way to do it.
Okay. Were they at 4? Oh, I can't remember now. Done 3, done 2.
Transfusion procedure complete.
I think they're at 4.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep. Well, let's go give the others the news.
That you?
Yeah,
Good.
but
Hojo did.
There's only one.
we unlocked it on our...
Thanks. Wait for it.
Right. Now we head back to that door.
Go, 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 go.
We made Wedge wait a while to be rescued.
Guess so.
This way.
You know, he really likes you.
Maybe.
Friendly guy, but he has a hard time opening up to people.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
He's got your back, though. Makes 2 of us.
One little lady. Alright, now this is the fight with Swordipede in a second. Alright, family first. You know the drill, folks. Family first. We don't care if it costs us time. How we doing, Wicked? Alright, use the stuff.
Bam!
Sweet.
We got it.
Right. Yeah, we got loads of time to make up in this. Again, comes down to they're getting a lot of parts. I don't know the most optimal places to save reload to like speed things up. There's definitely lots of pieces that need to be thrown in there, and I am okay with having a bit of work to go into it. Okay, I think we go through this way with them. Indeed. How are you doing, Sancho? Yeah, I was trying to offer you as much help as I could, mate, but, you know... there it is. I did this last time, I missed it. I didn't realise you was heading back out. I thought you was actually heading back down in that part.
Well, okay then. Looks like the...
Alright, go, 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 go. Of course, mate, of course. I'm always going to try and help out where I can. I know how much of a fuckery that is. Basically, in the speedrun of FF2, you do not fight anyone in there.
We may find out soon.
That's effectively the thing. As you may have noticed, you just do not fight there. Because everything there is just, yeah, it's pumped up to fuck. That's your reality check, I guess.
Wait. Once we get in that elevator,
We're ready.
The elevator back there.
Of course, we're ready. Let's go.
I'm ready to do this. Let's go.
So, chapter 17 is quite a long one. It's a longish one. 18 isn't supposed to be as long, so who knows? We'll try and go for it.
Where the hell is that bastard hiding?
And Sephiroth?
Wait, I can hear something.
Is anybody there? Hey! Help me! Please! Is anyone up there?
Alright, let's go with this guy.
Help me! Help me! Well. Pull me up!
what's happening? Go on! You jittery? Bring it! Let me handle this. This one's for you!
Test your mind.
Easy mode? I mean... hey, Wicked. When are we going to start running a mouth and actually show me some skills, mate? When's that going to happen?
Okay, let's go. Go on!
Nothing to worry about.
It's on you. Watch out for high winds.
Anything, mate.
All set. Gotcha. Bingo. You're out.
Gotta be careful.
This one's for you. Bring it.
Alright. Shit. And we've got... oh, she can actually use it. Okay. Thank God for that.
Feel better in a second. Watch yourself. Above and beyond.
Okay, okay.
Not looking good.
Okay, let's go. There.
Happy lose? I mean, I know you would, mate. And I respect that about you. Alright, let's get Muhammad going.
Have fun.
I'm just wondering when, you know, you're going to show me some skizzles. All this backseat gaming, the heckling in the background, like, come on up here. Take a seat. Shows what you've got, Treacle. Like when people talk shit, someone tells me at work, I'm like, if they ain't got my number there, they ain't good enough for me to care. That's fair, mate. That's fair. My little Jacqueline Hyde. Okay, we've got the stagger. No need, we just gotta get this done. Are we running?
Any percenters?
Stay back.
Alright. Another one down. Which sounds are off? Which sounds are off? I mean, sounds on off. Welcome in, Simon. Simon, welcome back. Let's go and fight Rufus.
Everyone okay?
No.
Let's finish this.
Understood.
Think you got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat. The thing with him.
Now it's just hoops.
Let's make that move now. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, motherfucker.
Keep it up. Showtime. You'll like it.
Storm's coming.
Don't get caught. I won't give up. Okay.
Ooh.
Alright, enough. Anytime now. That's that. Is that it?
Okay. We didn't handle that the best.
Barrier drones damaged. Overriding main cannon safety protocols.
This is gonna sting!
It's right on.
That thunder I hear?
Jerry?
Yeah.
Stay back!
Fuck off, man!
Just go away! Stay back!
Gonna make your eyeballs pop!
Go on!
Time to fry!
You jittery?
Back to the lift! Hit fire!
We doing no damage. Yeah.
This is gonna sting! Suck on this!
Soak this wheel.
Time to fry! Bringing the heat! Don't let me down, y'all!
For you!
Take cover behind the bridge.
Gotta love it! Come on! Coming up!
That one done. Motorball, Whisper. Okay, we can skip the bike mini game. It's fine. Right? I'm just going to assume you can. I might just null and void my entire thing, but I'm going to assume you can. I generally don't know that. Actually, might just fuck the entire thing. Simon, can you check on FF7 Remake New Game Plus if they still do the motorbike, the motorballer? You know, the guy you fight in the bikes.
Never tried to challenge destiny.
I mean, I'm assuming you can because you can skip the bike in the early part, but I'm also like, that's like that wasn't a small thing.
We can beat them.
New game percent, no major glitches, basically. NMG.
That sucked. Damn it!
Get me through. So that's fine. I thought so. As soon as I did it, I was like, nah, I'm fine with that. I'm not even angry at this point. Da 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 da.
did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
I'm just looking myself as well. Sorry, that's not relieve you, mate, but you know, just check him.
Damn it! How do we stop these things?
Well, they won't be able to. These guys are right here. Let's do this.
Stay down,
No, it's not invalid. It's good. It's all good. A new game plus no main glitches. It skips him almost immediately. I'll have a check on that. It's all good, it's all good. It looks like it because if you skip it, it takes you to the scene where the thing's getting blown up. So it's like, okay, because I glanced, there's like, okay, it's in there. But it's just the scene where you skip until it's done.
I see this, but take it out, Simba.
Next case, Ultra Pit Bull is all mine.
Bring it on, bitch.
All set. Let's finish it right. Get him.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go over the 6. And that is why I threw a heal on you. Get out of it.
Nothing to it.
Big yeet. Is it dead? Nope, not yet.
No holding back. Be gone.
And this should drop down for us to hit, right?
Fate is not to be taken lightly.
Calling wind. Going in. No holding back.
Busy?
Not really. He's tough.
Not so sort of. Why shock you?
Let's finish this.
That's it!
Big old teeth. It's going, Papa Shades, it's going. How was Digimon? I was lurking throughout, but obviously, as you can see, I'm still here.
Going in.
Let's one more shot! Get in now! Go on!
Oh, let's go. Come on. Let's get this finished.
Too bright?
I'm pretty sure timing finishes on last hit of Sephiroth.
Marlene! I'll come back.
Whew.
So, what now?
Finally hit Sephiroth, okay. Thank you for the GGs, Papa Shades. Thank you for the GGs there, Samondos.
Sephiroth. As long as he's still out there.
We got there. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Oh. Yeah, we got loads of work to do.